Alright, welcome back everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は303日目です。Is a 303. Today is our every other day, right? Yeah. So tomorrow is going to be our second half of level 29? 29? Our little convenient eggy here. It's actually in the evening. I might have to flip the schedule. Yeah, we might have to put Hanzahiro first in order to get here. I could take another leap day to recover, I suppose. So, at most, the latest I would start is probably 7 p.m. Well, I mean, these things will lead to lessons. I'll think about it. Kind of a weird time. Things are getting a little bit... They're getting pushed an hour later because of daylights. Okay. Oh, daylight savings. So today, it's 7 now. So now we grab these. We have 108. 4 are probably from the lessons. The additional lessons on Wednesday. Tomorrow's actually another Wednesday. I don't know if there's something being added tomorrow either. Alright, so let's get into this. They should be reviews. Reviews. Yeah, let's get into it. Okay.
西口
Koichi.
MAKU
MAKU. That's good enough.
属する
隠れる Hello there, Brokaw. So I go live while you are watching someone else. Can't stay for long, but wanted to say hi and see how you're doing. I'm doing pretty well. How are you doing? It has been a while. What have you been watching? How's everything else going? Met some new peeps. Chattered about things. I don't think there's anything particularly out of the ordinary. Meeting new people means treading the many topics that we've tread before. This is something Mae. Oh, Tatemae.
建前
Just been getting on with university work, but you're currently on reading week. Oh. Is it already that time? Oh, yeah, it is. Come home to try and earn as much money as you can. I see. So you earn money while you're doing reading week. Are any of the new peeps going to become return viewers, you think? I don't know. Long story short, I don't like to think so. Because the two that are pretty consistent now, they have big things planned for their future, right? And that's kind of something that I would like as a reassuring thing. Both of them are actively working on something, which is good. But you know what happens at the upfront thing. It's like back-to-back 6-hour conversations for like 2 or 3 days, and then we kind of get that whole speed dating, you know, speed relations going, and then kind of want to expect that they follow through on the things they share with me, right? Be it like content creation, etc. Hopefully they I was gonna refer to something like a UK expression or something, but you know, get her done. That's not UK expression. I'm just saying hopefully they hit the ground, start doing things. I'll tell you about them when they post something. That's probably the best. That's probably the most appropriate way. It's not my news to share, so to speak, right? Perhaps in the near future or two, I will be able to let you point in the direction of those people. And as we have come to the arrangement, if and when you decide that you become a public figure and doing things of your own, I would be saying the same about you, right? For now, I would say yes for a little bit. Yesterday we talked about I did meet someone new yesterday, and I explained, what did I explain? I explained the core values of app design as a major contributor, but often underrepresented contributor to the success of the intellectual property or complexity of something that's offered online. That sounds very politically esoteric, so I'm gonna rephrase it in a TLDR. Yesterday, one of yesterday's main topics was how some experts might lack the foundations of being out of touch with the current generation. And despite them having very excellent things to say and share, it is the foundation that they offload people to app designers, that the app designers are maybe responsible for a lot of the things that makes their stuff successful. And to say that even more directly, really possibly intelligent, considerate people still need an app designer. And those app designing services tend to form the foundations of why their work might be successful, or they might significantly contribute to the success of their work. So it's very difficult to know nowadays on the internet what is successful on their merits versus what is successful because of normalcy or normalization. So for example, if I wanted to teach someone how to make a compelling argument for communication skills, I can slap that onto a highly engaging gamification, standardized gold standard of app design. I could sell that idea to a highly standardized app designer, and the app itself would engage the individual to guarantee that whatever I say will become habitually memorized by my audience because of exposure. So it's very difficult to know nowadays. One of the facing problems is how much is mere exposure, engagement, and habit formation voluntarily chosen to learn something? Or is it when the engagement disappears, those individuals did not internalize or learn anything from the information that was attached to the app? That's probably the biggest thing that I've been working on. The idea that when you stop using an app, like say we're talking about trackers now, like activity trackers. The moment that tracker goes away, can the person still perform the function or some facsimile of the function, or they just cease to be able to do it? Because in the area of language learning, that is what's really apparent to me. Where you take away the scheduler, the dopamine, the progress, the trackers, and then suddenly everything else goes. So the internalization and the ability to keep the habits or the lifestyle completely gets eviscerated immediately when the functions of the app disappears, not the principles that is taught in the app. So you have these wonderful like experts, in my opinion, who's trying to communicate their lessons and stuff, but I feel like they're a bit out of touch with how they need to understand that the app is like, they don't emphasize or make note that the app design is something that they're not responsible for, and they have to be aware that you have to bridge what the app is doing versus what they're trying to teach, right? And you have these apps for language learning that is supposed to encourage you to immerse in things or be interested in vlogs and blogs and all that. And yet when the app disappears, the habit also disappears. That's kind of what I was talking about the last couple of days. And it's very clear whenever someone says, I want to do this thing, and they would explain to me all the things they're waiting for to happen before they start doing it. And when there isn't an app for them to consistently do that, they stop doing that thing. And one of the biggest things is making content or pursuing a hobby. So it's very difficult to know if the hobby, many people's hobbies or dreams or passions and whatnot aren't necessarily the definition I used to ascribe to passions and hobbies, because the self is the necessary tool that qualifies it as a passion or a hobby. When a tool disappears and a feedback disappears and you stop doing it, I think the truth, the reality is that wasn't a passion or a hobby. It was something that was dependent on the tenuous nature of normalized internet app stuff, right? Like the consistent need for validation in order to pursue something. So now I start thinking about universities and stuff. Like, do kids not want to learn anymore if they stop getting good grades? The reason why I'm saying this is in the United States, there's this trend of the schools having to bend over backwards to satisfy and satiate the children, right? As opposed to the other way around, where challenge and reward is given for overcoming obstacles and problems. And it's not like clear cut, because if you were to double down on taking advantage of the fragility right now of the problem solving behaviors, then you remove all doubt that they're not going to pursue it, right? So the solution isn't to suck it up and double down on something. It's got to be something else that circumvents and reaches an empathy standpoint. How do you encourage someone to pursue something in which they state that it's their hobby and their passion, that is part of their identity? Otherwise, the first sign of lack of affirmation causes them to give up immediately. And yes, there are traumas and stuff, for sure. There are extenuating circumstances and whatnot. However, the straw that breaks the camel's back tends to be something a lot smaller than the basis for where their trauma is coming from. So you kind of want to look to that trauma. However, at the same time, it can be buried by this appearance of productivity. I don't know. Like right now, I'm I'm asking myself this because I kind of see the effects of using a app for so long, right? Like, for example, this app, despite my understanding of what I said about learning mechanical studies, system studies, I still do find myself as a human being learning less when the habit is solidified and reinforced by something. So not that it's completely like gone or like it's not useful. The idea is there's a critical period where one has to consistently actively reinforce the idea that they have something to learn from something that they're using, because if you're expecting the tool to be around for the rest of your life, that's okay, right? It'll always be available. Now the question is, will it be around all the time? Generally speaking, these apps have a finite usage because the content gets exhausted. And when the content is exhausted and stop escalating, the feedback is gone. So they would have to lift themselves up and relearn another system. And that transition is so brutal, in my opinion, like to them, like I'm trying to empathize with them. It's so brutal that they might as well give up and do something entirely unrelated. So then you have this systematic way of constantly talking to people who thought they would do something, then they give up and pretend like it didn't happen long enough to come back to it and repeat the same cycle. And my question I ask most of these people when they say, oh, they've tried this before, they tried that before, it's like, so what are you going to do differently this time? Like, how is trying this again different? How are you going to make this different the second time? And a lot of times I hear what they say is chance. Chance is different this time. Chance this, chance that. There's a chance this will work this time. I'm like, I don't hear anything different. I hear there is luck involved and you hope that the timing is better this time, which is not something you learn, is something you wait for. And that is what I feel apps and the internet has done, where you don't learn things, you wait for them to happen. So when someone says, I want to make art, for example, and they said they stopped making art, I would ask them, why have you stopped making art? It's like, well, it didn't get the results that I want, or like, I didn't feel my art was good enough. Okay, so then I asked them, why this time? What have you done between then and now since you gave up on art momentarily? It's like, well, I didn't do really anything. I just think now I have time and this is a better time to do the art. Like, so how is your art going to be different this time when you dropped your art between then and now? And the answers are, well, I feel better now and I'm overcoming certain things. Like, but the art itself, it's not any different, right? You're gonna approach it the same way. So my thought about this is, it still can happen. Chance can still happen, right? And that's what I default to. My constant comment is, I hope it's different this time. I hope luck finds you. I hope windfall finds you, or destiny, or like fate finds you, right? Because it feels like that's what is left when it comes to the internet's perceived serendipity, right? Hope the trend lands on you, that kind of thing. And it's been very challenging to figure out how I would get around, like, in what way can I communicate that success is both action and timing. And so while you're waiting for the timing to be auspicious, That's opportunities, right? Working on it is what creates the elevated success, the elevated opportunities. You're trying to create more openings. So ceasing to do something and ceasing to work on it is like giving it up. It could be that some deciding to learn something is due to the desire for some underlying mechanic that pursuing a hobby gives them rather than the hobby itself. Exactly. I think there's a little bit of imbalance. I understand from my conversation with the last 3 or 4 people that there is a little bit of both. Like they have the appreciation for both of them. Like I don't think a human being is exclusively unable to appreciate that there's things to be learned that will bring value to you permanently, like forever, for the rest of your life. However, it's very overwhelmed by the convenience of what tools and stuff are shooting in front of your eyes. So it's very difficult to get someone nowadays to appreciate that every once in a while, when you do something not the best way, not done before, or simply out of your pure pursuit of curiosity, that it can also produce a different type of reward. The reward that I feel is not made apparent by the internet, and that is, why have I done this for example, I'm going to use an anecdote for myself. Why have I done this for 7 years? And despite a lot of red flags that would cause, I would say, over 90% of people to quit within a specific age group, I didn't. Because first of all, because I'm not in that age group and not part of that generation and didn't grow up with that hyper stimulation of needing for affirmation. That's one of the biggest stopgaps. Like, how do I bridge that? Because I can't like undo. I have to try my best to empathize, like vicariously. There's no way I can communicate in a way where someone says, well, you wouldn't understand because if something devastating happened to you, you wouldn't be able to recover from it. And my first thought is, there's no way you can understand me in that department, nor can I understand you. However, if we were to objectively weigh the chances of me overcoming more adversity than you, the odds are on my way. I would probably win that. And that's terrible. That's a terrible way to empathize. You're shifting blame and then you're making competition, right? So you can't do, in my opinion, I refuse to resort to something like that. I think there are extenuating circumstances, but rarely I use that. It's really tough to get to someone when suddenly it's like you can't understand them because they are not you. It's like, yes. And that is almost always true. It is almost always true. And those are irrefutable arguments. So the moment someone shelters up and shield up like that, I'm still working on some clever ways to somehow bridge that impasse. As the quote goes, insanity is when you do the same thing over and over again while expecting different results. Maybe swapping out sanity for an impasse is more applicable. Exactly, yeah. About convenience, it's unfortunate as learning apps will often push very hard for convenience as due to them being businesses and they want the apps to be appealing. Yes, and convenience is create dependency, and dependency is good for business as well. The more dependency you can create, the more likely you have return business. So like this overlaps. I was kind of leading you into that. Sorry, Proco. But the first question you asked, like, are they going to be return viewers? I try not to produce myself as a convenience because I do not like the idea of creating dependency on human beings. Human beings are human beings. They ebb and flow. They are kind of fickle. My interests can weigh and change. I think oftentimes this idea of convenience, learning apps, and consistency and constant presence like AI, Google, search results and stuff, has made it so that when humans interact with other humans, they expect that convenience too. As in, like, I do not want to normalize the idea that a human being is expected to constantly be consistently being able to read your mind or do whatever it is that you like them to do, and at the first sign of discontent or dissonance or conflict of interest, that individual no longer is compromising or tolerant enough to understand that humans do not behave the same way as the convenience of those learning apps. And that is kind of a tough situation, because that's also making teachers even less valued. Maybe even parental guidance even less valued. And relationships far more tenuous. In fact, I'm not even sure if the bridge between going from stranger to acquaintance is a small gap anymore. And that's crazy. I feel there are individuals who are so compelled to think that they're so excellent at communication skills and determining the state of someone's mindset when they spent like the vast majority of time explaining to me how they avoid communication and relationships. It's like it's a paradox. When you say you're safeguarding yourself, like for example, and that's totally understandable, like if I'm safeguarding myself, I have to realize that that also means that I lack the experience of whatever I'm safeguarding against, right? Taking chances lead to experiences. Everything you avoid, by default, logically, means that you don't have experience with those things. It can be very difficult to express without particularly succumbing to saying the problem is time, experience. It's a very late. I'm trying not to rely on that lazy, in my opinion, lazy explainer, because I no longer think it's appropriate. Are you referring to the chatter you mentioned to me a while ago? No. These are all new peeps. In the last couple weeks, we had a chat with quite a lot of people now. Like that person is gone to the wind. I have no idea what that person. Hopefully that person finds the windfall. This is how I feel a lot of times now, when I find myself having less and less to say or to look forward to from people who I've spoken to, because most of the time the one thing I can say is I hope they catch a lucky windfall. I hope they get lucky. I hope that the timing's right, and that I hope they're doing well, but the hope is that chance happens to throw them a bone. Not, hey, just wait, they're already working on it. In 3 months, I'll tell you more about what they're doing. 4 months, 5 months, it's not all the chatters. I'm excited to hear that there are 2 people who are working well, and they're like working on graduating. They're working on things. They're consistently doing things. So that those stuffs are predetermined. It is happening right now, and it's on their rail, and going uphill, downhill. It's getting there. I think the vast majority of individuals that I talk to, like, I don't know, I guess my best wishes to them is that I hope they get lucky. They're drifting in a way that they're waiting for something to happen to them. And that's kind of it's disheartening. It's very disheartening, where there is this whole ability of someone to be able to rationalize that doing nothing or resisting not to do something is considered the best action they do. Now, stoicism, like inaction, is very appropriate in many places. But inaction is something used when action is discouraged, but not the means or rationale to never do anything. Right? Like inaction can be considered an action when you're intentionally doing it. It's not an action when you're reacting to something. So like for example, you have a problem and you decided you're not going to attempt, right? Or to explain to yourself why you're not going to say anything. Either to the person or the other person, to someone. That's not to me making an action or trying to do something about it so that in the future you get better at it. Like, I stay very agreeable in public space most of the time. That's not to say that I don't practice those things and other things while it's like appropriate elsewhere. So if you continue to argue that doing something, the same thing over and over again is the most appropriate thing, then you effectively limit the way you're able to do it. And I think for those individuals, luck and windfall is what will change their lives. And that's my wishful thinking. Maybe if I am very lucky, I'm not a philanthropist rolling in the deep pockets. Hello there, Bree. I'm not rolling in the deep, so I can't provide that windfall. And there's no guarantee, and for the record, statistically, people who get windfalls and get lucky, and you provide them with more windfall, that doesn't teach them how to be successful with that windfall. Usually the ones that you hear that get lucky and are successful is because they continue to be proactive and able to do things when the windfall arrives, not the other way around. I mean, you can probably watch documentaries and stuff about people who encountered humongous windfalls and immediately within the year of their life or a few years of their life, they're back to their starting position, right? Prior to the windfall. So I kind of worry about that type of thing. I don't need to talk about lottery winners anymore. You can talk about hundreds of thousands of content creators instead. Like, you don't need a sample for lottery winners anymore. Although I do admit the lottery winner type of thing is a very compelling illustration of when someone does not have the capacity to, or the skills and mentality to make use of their windfall. It is also a self-defeating place because that is how they're in that position in the first place. So how do you break that cycle, right? How are you doing today, Bree? I'm doing pretty well. We're catching up a little bit here with Procall before he heads off, so we're gonna keep it short today. It's what I've been thinking about. Procall, how do I get better at it? How do I get better at nudging someone in a way to make it seem like there's reward on working while waiting? And yes, success is a bit of both. So I'm not denying that windfall opportunities and timing doesn't factor into success. They most certainly do. However, those are things that are rarely you're able to control very well. So while you're waiting, you can cultivate your passions, your business, and what you have to prepare yourself. You're doing all right. Bills were a bit more successful today. Oh, nice. There's much less of a fight with her. Very nice, very nice. Oh, which by the way, I did look at your your spreadsheets. Are you planning to fill all of that too? It looks like you kind of have a grid and there's a lot of information already, right? And then there's a lot of what it seems like placeholders. I don't know enough French, so I don't know if those boxes are meant to be empty, but that's a lot of your spreadsheet has a lot going on. And how often do you use that spreadsheet, or is it like a place where you collect information? Yeah, that's a gigantic spreadsheet. There's a lot of information there. It kind of reminds me of actually big data. So whenever you're extracting big data, the act of collecting data can be really satisfying. However, I'm not entirely sure if the way it's organized and how much it's like all there has been functionally, like pragmatically being useful to you. It seems like it's more of like a collection, like you're collecting things there. That is a lot of information though. I'm just kind of curious how you use it. Like what are your use cases for it? It's a bit overwhelming for me, obviously, since I barely know anything about French. I am probably going to be direct about this. I would probably only be able to comment on a fraction of that. Even if I studied French for like a year or two, I probably would only have a fraction of what you have laid out to fill in, because a lot of it is like maybe a comforting catharsis for collecting information, but not necessarily to me the spreadsheet doesn't necessarily give me a feeling of intent to use it, but more so as a legacy building, which I do encourage. Legacy building is very comforting, but like more sort of journaling and like databasing and stuff. My antidote to empathize with this is during my PhD studies, we had this huge amount of data, like a gigantic, and it was not humanly possible to sort the data. So we used computational methods to figure out patterns and significance, and if we can glean information from such a large database. And that's kind of the way I feel about looking at a spreadsheet like that, where it's very attractive to know and see all the things you have done. I'm not entirely sure if it is pragmatic enough for others or like myself to find it, like what is the function of the spreadsheet to you. So that's kind of what I'm asking. Like, I'm not, what does the spreadsheet serve to you? What? People. You recently watched PewDiePie's latest video? I saw that the algo recommended on my personal account that there was a PewDiePie video. What was it about? In which he talked about and promoted using your computer to host protein folding simulations for science. Did you do any related to that in university? No, I didn't, but it has been around for maybe 4 decades, something like that. Yeah, the whole protein folding thing is really interesting. It was spearheaded by someone. I remember reading an article about it a lot when I was in university, about the person who spearheaded the concept into reality because of the growing computational availability in the personal household. And yeah, it would be interesting what would happen if most of that computational power that we have now is submitted to, you know, diverted to protein folding simulations as opposed to AI generated models, huh? Although the whole AI generated model thing is a consequence. It's a follow-up from that folding simulation. In fact, one of the earliest use cases for AI and machine learning was folding simulation. I did not do anything with that. I actually started with proteins. However, that the whole like computational power necessary for folding simulations were not readily available to, like, you barely could get a polymol. I think I forgot what it's called. It's like polymol or something, where on my laptop you could barely run having protein structures on your computer, but nowadays you can, even on your personal computers. So I remember during its heyday, its trending days, where new folding structures and whatnot and stochastic models were completely solved due to the total contribution of computational power. Now think about all that, and then think about what AI is doing, right? I don't know how much of the AI compute power is diverted to folding simulations, but it was one of the grand, wonderful, romantic studies for that. And now you pretty much know that that's not very trendy anymore because of businesses. So now we have AI models generating, I don't know, brain rot content as opposed to things like that. I'm not saying one is better, one is worse. The idea is, the reality is, there is an exponential more computational powers available, but it is not contributed to protein folding experiments. There are other ways to use computational power. Another computational power is simulation of molecular, like micro environments of molecular interactions, because we talked about this a little bit, Prokal. It's related to like local environments, like when we are talking about how do you know, or can you somehow predict or create a model in which you can maybe evaluate the local concentration of a hypothetical model where like the pancreas secretes a particular secretion or enzyme, and then how does it diffuse or project its diffusion patterns in the body or something. Those things require very high computational power because there are so many probabilistic states that you have to calculate. Protein folding, the nice thing about protein folding is probabilistic states follow a lot more predictable manner, right, about energy states. So with enough computational power, you can test or simulate feasibly most of the probabilities and come to a general conclusion, which is really neat about that folding simulation in scientific research. It existed when I was, like, one of its earliest iterations was probably a little bit before I went to graduate school, is when I became mainstream enough that even for someone like me who is still like kind of working in protein crystallization and like protein structure work, it made the front pages. Like, it was on the front of like Cell. Cell is a journal, scientific article journal, like in cancer and oncology, and the New England Journal of Medicine. So it was really neat, but I didn't do any of it. I've looked at crystal structures, along the lines, I did work on looking at protein structures, but the protein structures themselves were not solved by me or resolved by me in any way. The verb conjugation ones aren't complete yet. As you fill them in, as you come across them, I see. As there are so many different conjugations and some are used rarely, that's fair. You do use it, yes, mostly for quick lookups if you forget a word, or you also do try to write in French, so you use it for that. The sheet is more of a collection of vocab you came across for quick lookups. The Google Doc that is found via the hyperlink is what I use more for learning. The hard to remember, hard to distinguish concept vocab. I see. And this resource that you're doing is because you want to do it manually, Bree, or is it something that, like, doing it manually, does that help you in any way? The thing I'm curious about is I'm not one to relate very well to people who write something and they write it once and then they look up the thing, and I don't know the lookup helps with the learning. So right now there's this thing that is very popular, and it's kind of what you're describing. And in Japanese, I'm sure French has one, but in Japanese, for example, there's a plugin called I think it's Yomitan, right? Yomitan. And what happens is when you're online and you're doing stuff, the entire, like, all the characters that can be found on your browser would have a quick lookup, and it would go to a database. And many people have said that that was their thing, like it was the best thing since sliced bread, and they are able to learn a lot of things. But I'm not quite convinced that being able to look something up without outputting would lead to acquisition of the information. So, like, it would be interesting to hear in the future as you're doing these things, was it the act of writing it and knowing that it's something hard to remember, then the lookup that was crucial to the retention and execution of it. And the way to discern the difference is the next time you look up it, did you remember the last time why you look up it? And did you add the note of why the last time you looked up was hard? So for example, something that I personally do myself each and every time is, if something I forget, did you add more things to say why it was hard or how it was hard? And then the next time it happens, do you do something in order to add to it again? Or do you keep looking up the same thing you've written the first time? I often wonder that about how people learn things, because I don't ever repeat the same mistake. So if I have a difficult time remembering something, when I look something up, I update the thing with whatever is missing from it. So is that how you interact with your the hyperlink? I have to be honest, I didn't have time to look at the hyperlink, like the Google document part. Although I wouldn't be able to see the edits. There is a neat little thing on Google Docs that track editing history. So there is a chance that what I use for like note taking in Google Docs is oftentimes when you say, like, when you write something, right? Like, I don't know, verb X is hard. and this is the reason. So then you write, here's what I did, right? And then maybe like 2 months later, you had to look up this verb because you forgot or it's hard to remember, and you read what happened last time, right? What happened last time. And then you add, okay, now this time it wasn't about this, or it was about this, whichever, and then you add new notes to why it happened this time. So now you have these two. And in Google Docs, I think in Google Docs still works. In Word it does, so I imagine. So this, when you have editing history on, so if you enable editing history, or you can color code. People color code all the time, use color coding. So this would be in a different color than this. If you do the editing tracker, it will tell you that this was entered at a specific date. Let's just say 10/01, and then this would be dated as this. So what happens then is you understand what is occurring more. And that's usually what I think about when I'm looking at someone's notes. I would be able to tell over time why they were collecting the information. And you've explained it to me. This is why I asked what your use case is, because it's difficult to know from looking at just your spreadsheet, obviously, whether there is like some sort of updating mechanic where you separate knowing what is hard and what is easy based on that. So I'll look at your I'll take a look at the Google Doc and see if I can glean this, or you can obviously tell me if you already do this. But generally speaking, the thing that I tend to emphasize for that differs from other people, in my opinion, is that there is people do not log their problems. They record their problems. And I know log and record are two very similar words, but recording means that you record the instance and then use that as a reference. A log is a accounting of all the times something happens. So then you can inform yourself. You don't have to inform me, obviously. It's not necessarily important to me. I'm not going to dictate how you study and whatnot. However, for myself, I like to know why and how every instance something is hard, because it would mean that this information isn't working as sufficiently as this information, or it is, but a new problem came up. So then you can tell between, is it interference between two things, or is it new things that are making something harder? So I do this whenever I make an error or find something. So if I look up something and I look up it, I would explain why I looked up it. And then the next time I look up, the fingers crossed, it wouldn't be the same reason as the first time I looked up it. So then I would know for sure that when I look up something, I'm not looking up for it for the same reasons, because the same reason would imply that whatever I'm currently doing doesn't work. It's not helping. And that is what a thing of why I am very apprehensive when people collect a lot of data. Largely because a lot of the data they collect does not necessarily have a use case. And the use case meaning that it doesn't lead to learning. That helps them stop looking it up. You were originally created for a one-stop shop for creating Anki cards. I see. And you also have an add-on for Anki that will pull from it and create practice questions for helping with cards that you get incorrect. Okay. The lookup aren't as frequent as they used to be. It's mostly integrated into Anki now. Oh, okay. I don't really separate, but you do add, so you might see multiple hyperlinks attached to one vocab term as you come across new things that relate to it. That's also fun. Oh, that's excellent. You have to collect a lot of data for one of your assignments. Yeah, protocol. Yeah, see, that's the tough part. Here, I want to be very clear. This is a problem that delayed my PhD. Like, this is a problem, and I love this, by the way. I love doing this, that I stopped worrying about what I'm learning from it. I know this is a bit of a projection, but I'm looking for this type of thing because I want to share with you my opinions about collecting data. I actually said this in my speech at a retirement invite for my old mentor. My old mentor was retiring. It was so all of her previous graduate students were invited to give a speech or like summarize their work in her lab, and I literally said this at the end of my presentation. It felt really good to be in the lab because one of the things that I absolutely enjoy was collecting data. And it was, it was meant to be like kind of funny because collecting data is 90% of the job, like research, and then making heads or tails of the data and seeing the pragmatic patterns or something interpretable from it, that's often get delayed. And for me, I absolutely love collecting data. Like, it being in the lab gives you that catharsis. It's the thing, like, I don't care what I'm building, I just want to do it. So you get really, I got caught up in the idea like, oh, that's okay, I'll just do the experiment again. It will, and the more data I collect, the more robust the data will become. The thing is, when you start collecting data, and after a while you're not regularly, I stick by my assessment, self-assessment, you're not regularly looking at your data and then ascertaining its like quality controls, then quantity takes over. Right? There's an imbalance. You're gonna have a lot of quantity, and sometimes it gets lost. Like, for example, why were you collecting the data in the first place? And I think it was around like 3 or 4 years in when I started thinking like, oh yeah, I have to graduate, like I have to write a thesis. And the thought was, but I have so much data I still need to collect. So oftentimes that's kind of the, I wouldn't say is everyone experienced this, but I think a vast majority of students, graduate students, when they get to a specialized field or a specialized hobby or a specialized passion, right? Passions and hobbies also follow this similar pattern. You get caught up in the thing that you do most often. And the most often thing you do is the thing that forms the strongest habits. The things that you don't form habits are mistakes, outliers, wrapping up things, starting, stopping. So this is what I mean by that. And I'm curious now that I no longer interact with scientists on a regular basis, who, I'm going to tell you now, whenever we get into the lab, all we talk about is data. There's, oh, what did you collect today? Oh, did you finish this? It's like, no, I'm still in the middle of this protocol. And that's it. And every once in a while, in a blue moon, you look at that data, you find something interesting, and it takes up maybe like 3 months of your time, and then the other 90% is going back to collecting data. So I'm not surprised, Protocol, that you have to collect a lot of data for your assignments. And it's kind of part of the learning experience. I'm actually very assured, Bree, that I hear that you're able to discern like the repeated things. I genuinely believe that due to conveniences like Anki, because you're using Anki, that sometimes learning from your mistakes are no longer learning from your mistakes. It's repeating the same mistake and repeating the same exposure, or heighten the exposure as a last-ditch effort, or the minimal effort that you can make to learning something. So for example, it becomes rote memory. Rote memory is the default pattern, and since you use Anki, it's great to bridge that with WaniKani. I think the way WaniKani is trying to help people is to, bottom line, force rote memory. And rote memory to me has a limitation, and it's it's biological limitation. So without being able to be encouraged, like for example, one thing that I say is missing from most apps, rote memory. Oh, sorry. This rote memory. This is raw brain power, as you call it. Raw brain power. So like, if someone says, oh, I can't remember this, oh, just slap across your face enough times and you'll remember it. It is the most common way the internet gets information into your forehead. You see it as much as possible, mere exposure as possible, to the point it becomes a passive recall. So somebody, you know, that earworm, right? Like for example, when you listen to a song enough and you're humming, it's like, man, I have no idea where this melody is coming from, but I just know it. It is the melody. That's usually a form of rote memory, in the sense that there wasn't any active integration. You're not going to be technically able to explain how you got the memory. Is that you've seen it often enough that it became so often that it's also a passive process. You can kind of also say intuition kind of factors into that. That's intuition without intent. So you learn something without the intent of learning it. And to me, mere exposure is very important, because when you behave, you start mirroring something, and it could be intuitively mirrored. And it can be passive because you can't explain it. That's kind of the words that I would use. It's active if you can explain why it became intuitive over time. That is something that's gone beyond rote memory. And Anki, like SRS and stuff, any version of immersion, graded readers, they all end up, in my opinion, working on mere exposure. The more exposure you have to a consistent pattern, the more likely you're going to remember it. There is a little bit of dynamics here. You can also have the mere exposure of different ways, right? Different ways. And that's where immersion comes in, right? Where you can expose to the thing in different contexts over and over again, and that creates different contexts that reinforce the same memory. Now that's also really great. That's regarding input. So now we're talking about input here. Now when you're doing output is when you make a mistake. So when you're outputting something, you're like, oh, I can't recall something. So this is active recall, right? Like, I can't, what is that? Like, I don't remember what the word is. Now there's an output, but you have failed to retrieve the memory. So you can choose to output, have the mistake being told to you by mere exposure, and you hope that because of that mere exposure of that mistake, you've learned to remember it. right? And that is one way to do it. Now, if you make the mistake again and you look at the same thing again and you happen, eventually you can still remember the thing, right? Eventually when you repeat it, you will be able to remember it. Oftentimes though, it's passive, as in you intuit it, the mistake, so now you're going to go and rope through that mistake over and over again in order to get it, and it'll eventually work. It does eventually work. My question is, how does this compare to someone who makes a mistake, writes in active recall, and continue to do that? Would it take it longer for them to overcome or condition and use their intuition to rectify the difficulty? In my opinion, this is correct. This is more likely the case. When you make a mistake, you understand the nature of the mistake. Compare it to the last time you've made the mistake. And this isn't really a mistake. It could be a failure of recall, which could be construed as a mistake. But failure of recall, for example, if you do that, that time you took to write down and think about why you failed the recall this time versus the last time and the time before that, etc., is that amount of time greater or less than, or maybe negligibly different than relying on your intuition, in which you use rote memory due to exposure to overcome it? The reason why I say this is there is a difference. And one of the big difference that I highlight in this cycle is that one involves problem solving. And critical thinking. The other path does not. So even if it's like more time or less time, the question is, are you developing problem solving skills or critical thinking skills, or you're not? The thing about writing something down because you forgot it and then you look it back up, it does not involve any critical thinking or problem solving skills. This is the Google effect. Sorry, Google, but I'm going to call it the Google effect for now. We'll put it in quotes. You did not learn the nature of the mistake or the failure in recall. You wrote the mistake. You collected the mistake. So functionally, you did not learn anything about why you forgot. You replaced it by getting an answer. And that's one of the things that I like to focus on and emphasize. It's fast. It's convenient. And if you have a deadline to meet, right? If you have a deadline to meet, you do this. You go to ChatGPT and you have ChatGPT explain the thing to you. And then you hope that by rote memory, you remember from it. But it does lack self-reflection. So you're more inclined, in my opinion, to repeat the same mistake. And one big difference that people refer to a lot of times, what this is a formation of a bad habit. And it's only bad, in my opinion, to those people is because when the mistake happens or the failure that recalls, it feeds back to that same thing, right? Bad habits are non-sustainable. They feed backwards. So when you make the same mistake, you're going to Google it again. You're going to look up the same thing, and then it's going to feed back to this, which will trigger this again, and it will trigger this again, and it will continue to feed back till it becomes a habit that you don't like. I'm not saying it's a bad habit intrinsically. Looking up things is a good habit that could lead to negative outcomes. Like the cycle of always looking up things is useful. Like, I do it all the time. When you don't know something, you look up something. The drive to look up something is very important, right? So it's only a bad habit when it triggers something. And one of the more common, quote unquote, bad things that occur is repeating the same mistake. Or quote unquote, repeating the same problem. And I think that is a big distinguishing factor between someone who already made it when they describe like a person who's fluent, right? Now, they were describing what they're doing, and my first thought is, it's interesting that they gloss over how they assess their changes. Like, they tell you what to change or what they change and explain the problem, right? Which is good. It indicates that they are using problem solving and critical thinking skills while they were doing it. Now the question is, was it a persistent problem in which they change? They didn't often talk. I'm sure they did, though, because they made it. It means that they didn't end up repeating the same mistakes in the same way, in the same nature. The solutions they propose, like, oh, then I went to this because then it stopped serving this for the following reasons, and then I moved on to something else, and then sometimes I went back to this because I found that there was a newer problem that developed from using the new thing, so I went back to this thing and then I combined the two. I took the problem with this. To me, that is absent when someone says something just doesn't work. You know, someone comes up to me and is like, dude, this app, it just doesn't work for me. And I'm like, okay, can you explain it to me? Like, what was the first indication that it didn't work? Like, oh, well, the context wasn't that great. It's like, okay, you said that great. So did some of it work, or did all of it just didn't work? And it was very unclear because oftentimes they would reiterate, it just didn't work. And I'm like, I'm not sure what you mean by it just didn't work. Did you decide that you failed to recall and you Googled something better? Because you didn't learn from why it didn't work. You looked for a different solution without understanding what was the existing problem to begin with. And that, to me, is what I mean by collecting data doesn't lead to learning. Is what you use the data for is what creates it. So if you collect the data of your mistakes, which is what Bree is doing, which is really wonderful, by the way, is excellent, is incredibly healthy to collect all your heart, like legitimately collecting the pool of things and then writing your observations and then iterating on that. Because all those problems then become strengths. You start developing all your routines that will make all your future things less and less occurrent. So whenever I think about someone who's self-improving, that's what they're doing. Not someone who is reading something, thinking it's a good idea, and then have no data collection of their own to reflect and self-improve. So you could read a bunch of self-help books, for example, and not actualize anything. You can read an entire self-help book without learning anything. That's kind of what I worry about when things are promoted that way. Ideas and concepts are fantastic. Actualizing and distilling that information to what is important to you and useful to you and using and applying it becomes part of the learning process. It's all of it. So I'm not saying collecting data is not learning strictly. It's part of learning. But collecting data is not sufficient for learning. That's a really hot take because there is people who simplify or reductively generalize language learning as no, you can sufficiently become a practice and well spoken by simply collecting data. I I find that it's very uncomfortable. Is like you're telling me you do not create any output of thought or recall while you're collecting data. I think the confusion here is it's reductive. So when people say input, they mean input and output at the same time. It means like when you're inputting something, you're also having thoughts with those things, right? Input only, in my opinion, is an oversimplification. You are not just collecting data and doing nothing with it. In fact, whenever you input and then you keep inputting, like you keep watching the same vlogger, the goal, the idea is that you use prior information to connect to new information. So you are in fact outputting something while you're inputting. It is these things, in my opinion, that when someone does not reflect on what they're actually doing, that leads to misconceptions about learning, where like you can learn a lot of things without learning anything. I know, yeah, that sounds crazy. I understand. What I mean is the learning that is habitual now online. Me, I understand where they're coming from. I think I understand now, is collecting data. The learning is collecting data. To me, it's that and application. And I still go back to Einstein's, a lot of what Einstein says about education. Despite all the data you collect in education, the real earnest learning is when you had both collecting through the online definition, like the online community's definition, and its application. So if you did not find an application, if they didn't challenge you to apply and solve problems, like getting a good grade, for example, would be an application of collecting this data. So at minimum, Procall, when you say you have to collect a lot of data for your assignment, one of the application of collecting all that data is to get a good grade. You can have way more individual applications, sure. And to me, I think the success of learning was whoever had the most applications. Because in school, this is the default. So is online, by the way, when you're online. So this is a great example of how people equate online to be better than school, because the only thing you're doing is collecting data in school. If that's what you think you're doing, then I agree with you. You should not go to school. Like, if you're not going to school, right? If you don't want to go to school because you think that online has all the information and data for you, I agree with you. The next time you tell me that you know a lot of things and learn a lot of things, I'm going to disagree with you because you don't know how to use the data you collected. And that's not that we have different opinions about things, is because the language and the semantics are different. So I understand that people online know a lot of things. They have so much information. Like it's shocking how much information they have. And when I ask them, what do they do? Like, what does this information tell you? What can you use it? Can you make your life better? Can you create something? It would be like, no, I spend most of my time collecting data. Like, not in those exact words, but what they would tell you is, oh, they listen to a lot of music. They watch a lot of art. They collect a lot of figurines. They know a lot about the information on cards and stuff. It's like, okay, what I'm hearing is you collect lots and lots of data and have not learned how to use all of that. And to me, that is where memory, the next level of memory, comes from. And it's actually not the purpose of application. The purpose of application doesn't, in fact, I think most people use application for other things. Good grades, money, health, right? Health, problem solving, charity, right? Helping others, so to speak. Those are what the main mindsets for the application of the information you have. However, there is a bonus, in my opinion, to that. It tells you what to remember. Application is, in my opinion, a greatly underestimated output of memory. Now, in the language learning field or community, people are usually talking about how much data they can remember. Or not how much data they can remember, how much data they can collect. And they group this, the skills to increase the amount of data you can collect at any one point is bundled in with how good your memory is. This is, to me, the most contentious point I've ever encountered about learning, where people think that if you improve the amount of your data process, like the how much you can jam new information into your brain, that somehow it leads to memory retention. The whole idea of memory retention, in my opinion, is the practice of that memory so that you don't forget it. So if you keep jamming new information in there, how much time are you deliberating to doing things that reinforces the memory you have? One of the ways to reinforce the memory is through application. The alternative is what people are addressing right now. During the data collection, they're hoping to make it as dynamic as possible, right? Like, if you've seen a word, like say, toilet, right? Toilet, which is toilet, and then you see it as a public toilet, as a home toilet, or different types of toilets, or what people can do with a toilet. That is a dynamic way to try to collect the data. And that's what people mostly focus on, in my opinion. Immersion is king, gold standard right now. It's like, that's great, right? That's great. And while they're doing that, they're saying that all the time should be spent on that because there's no reason to practice memory. As in, there's no reason to contribute to the application, the output of that memory, because output minimally affects memory retention. I disagree, largely because it depends, and I hate saying that. So let's talk about what one thing it depends. Are you doing the application actively? Or are you doing it passively? Now, oftentimes the application that is passive is you ask yourself, do you remember the word? And you say yes. And you remember it exactly the way you encoded it. Like, that's great. That's the minimal amount that you can do when you're recalling something. And in fact, that dynamic thing that people are talking about, immersion, when you're collecting new data, you're actually accessing your memory to apply the thing you already learned. So it actually is an application of it. CI, like this theory, in my opinion, like humbly for CI, comprehensible input. When you stretch yourself a little bit beyond the length of your comprehensibility, it triggers the application of your memory in order to find new data. You are using existing data to understand new data. So the overall TLDR is you're doing both. You are collecting data and using the data in a cycle. And that is why I agree that immersion works really well. Not because you're only collecting data. I think that's a misnomer. It's an oversimplification, and using is a contentious point. So this is what now people call the balance theory of learning, the balance theory. And I'm gonna be as humble as I can when I say this. That's what school was supposed to teach you. Supposed to, not always, right? Clearly it didn't work for all the people online who says school is a waste of time. You also have to analyze the data and produce conclusions. That's exactly it. And you can do even more than that, but at least school is obligating you to analyze the data and produce conclusions, right? And then you're gonna need sources of error, methodology. That's what it's supposed to be there for. But if all of that is boring, and then suddenly you're like 40 years old and you say, I'm gonna learn a new language I'm gonna learn a new language when I'm older. And then you rediscover, oh yeah, you know what? CI is awesome. Like SRS is awesome. It's like, yeah, because now you're an adult, and maybe the things that you learned in school or you didn't learn in school is now have applications in real life. So what I mean by that is, as an adult, you have chosen to actively discover learning. And yes, as a child, you can choose not to. Like if it's boring, if it's like all this analyzing, like what's the point of methodology work? What's the point of studying sample size? What's the point of studying math? And when you grow older, you'll gain enough experience, well, hopefully, barring the internet, you'll gain enough dynamic experience to realize, well, it doesn't have to be about math. How you learned math, how you got over the hump and get that A in math was the thing that you are rediscovering now that is exciting. So a 20-year-old who tells me SRS and CI or whatever, like context learning and story learning is the biggest thing, is the best thing since sliced bread. And meanwhile, here's the really funny story. I'm trying to figure out what most people learn like now that isn't this, because this is how I learned when I was younger. I'm genuinely curious how people learn now, which is not this. Like this is trending upward, but this is the minority of people manage to become fluent in a target language, not the majority. Like it's not every day like more than 50% of people are like, I'm gonna learn a new language in my 40s and or like later in my 20s and be successful at it 10 years later. No, I think the vast majority of them will fail, but they're not going to fail learning something. It will become a very valuable learning experience if, and the biggest if you're actually using the information that you're collecting. But if you don't, you can probably say with me, if I ask those people, they're gonna say they wasted their time. It's like, well, yes, I agree with you. Yeah, wasted your time because you passively did something and you forgot it all because you didn't make use of it and you don't find any future use of it at all. So it is in fact a waste of time. And that would be the only time that I can empathize with someone, or one of the few times, like it's the only type of thing that I would try to empathize with another person, but I don't want to. I really don't like having to say, yeah, you're right. Like I can't convince you that it's not a waste of time anymore. You legitimately described a waste of time. The moment you decide to spend 4 years in college, passively memorize through rote memory and mere exposure to get the minimum application of getting a good grade, And then when you graduate it, you decide to tell yourself you're only getting it for the grade because everything you learn has no impact on your life in the future. I agree with you. College was a waste of time. There's no way around it. That is nearly ironclad. If I try to convince you that, hey, but you could take this and apply it to that, it's already too late. That person have already forgotten this stuff. They've never internalized it to begin with. So pushing that person to go back and do that thing will re-elicit, in my opinion, even more wasteful things. So the goal then is to take whatever they're currently interested in and do it differently. And why is that so difficult? You are dependent that that person actually remembers what they did back then. However, the problem already is that they forgot everything to begin with. So how do you work on something and improve something if everything was wasteful and forgotten? You don't. You repeat the same mistake. And then find out. So what does that look like? Someone who starts learning Japanese for a year, quit, start again, and they started from the beginning again. So it's not 2 years of Japanese. You know, this isn't the second year of Japanese, it's back to the first year of Japanese. And then repeat again if they didn't learn the mistake, and it'll be back to the first year of Japanese. And that's kind of how I feel right now when I'm talking to people. And it could be fine. Like, they're usually happy because these are their hobbies, so it doesn't affect their life substantially. It could affect their self-esteem though, like their confidence in learning things. And then they could affect others by saying, don't bother learning Japanese if you're an English speaker because it's too hard for you to become fluent. Like, that's actually true to them because they experienced it. To me, I can explain a possibility of where we can do something different. That is learning. That's what I consider as learning. You can encode information, but rarely are you learning yet. Also, on the sheet documents are outdated terms that are still used in books very formally. Oh, I see. You don't really add them to an Anki card, okay? Because outside of older books, the terms are almost non-existent. But you find it helpful to have a quick lookup resource if you're struggling to comprehend something that you come across while reading. I see. Have you considered plugins that do that? Because I do feel like there are quite plugins who, if you find it very helpful, quick lookups. There are plugins. Oh, I don't know how well your laptop is working, but there's quite a lot of conveniences in that department if you're really you find the comfort of quick lookups. This is something you'll make a note in the doc for, aside from just confusing things. Okay, you'll note it down in what the more common verb is now, along with examples and other bits. That's great. That's what I wanted to know. I look forward to if and when, of course there's no guarantee, right, Brie, when I start picking up French, if and when that happens, I can see if my notes, like my observations about my struggles and stuff, we can relate then. Because then you can tell me about, hey, I noticed in the notes you mentioned this. It's like, I totally agree with you. Like, this is weird. So whenever I talk to someone who's learning Japanese, right, it's a difference between someone telling me, oh, that Japanese word means this, versus, oh yeah, did you notice that this is also similar to this? Because I also thought this was this for a while, and the way I did it was this way. That is someone who learned something, in my opinion, and focuses on the learning process. The person who comes by and just tells me the right answer, that's what I mean by collecting data. Like, that's great, you told me the right answer, but I was looking for the right answer. That doesn't solve my problem. Right? Like, the goal of doing this exercise, which is I can't tell you if there's any common one-word response that I have when it comes to learning is someone coming by saying the right answer, and I'm like, oh, I really appreciate that you're following along. However, I wanted to give you a personal commentary on that. I'm trying to study, and the idea of studying is trying to get to the right answer. So if you like to follow along, try writing down the answer for yourself and describe the details of how you got to the answer. And then if I don't manage to get it, then I can at least describe how I didn't get to it, and then we can compare and talk about it. Because that is far more important, in my opinion, than getting the right answer. The right answer will constantly be the wrong answer because it doesn't you didn't learn anything. You collected the data of what it's supposed to be, but you couldn't explain why. Now, and then I would add, you are more than welcome to share with me the way you got to the right answer. Because the way you got to the right answer and how you don't make the mistake is something that I'm looking for to solve my problem, right? Like, how did you do it? So when you're looking at when you're looking at data, right? When you're looking at data, you're looking at a journal article, for example. When you look at their conclusion and their results, right? I wrote it in this order because most people actually look at the conclusions before the results. And then if I would say online, someone who hasn't been in a scientific field or like a methodology related field, they would never get to methods. Like, never. Okay, I'll give them like 1% of them would have probably got to methods. They go backwards. They look at the conclusion, which by the way is subjective. They look at the results, which is objective. It's trying to be objective. And then they look at methods, which is 100% supposed to be objective. So when you're thinking about truths, if you're looking at the abstract, the abstract is all of this, but pretty much 10% of this, 60% of this, and 40% of this. So when you read the abstract, you know little to nothing. You have learned little to nothing about how the conclusion and the results were obtained. So basically, when you say those data, you have no understanding of what that data can be used for. Like there's no way you can possibly know that this person says 60% increase in, I don't know, weight gain in untrained male adults. There's no way you could possibly know how that data is useful. You can't know what it is when you have no idea how it was obtained. And that, to me, is what happens with internet experts. And I'm not saying that you can't know the behavior, the convenience. The behavior is creating this stereotype. This is the stereotype that you know a lot of things, but don't understand it. Or not even try to understand it, in my opinion. There's no understanding of how it was done. And this can work. It can work good enough. It can work good enough. The thing is, do you know when it's not good enough? Right? Did you practice it? The difference, in my opinion, between an internet expert versus an expert is that they do both. When they speak, they say a particular maybe conclusion or result, but they also describe the limitations of the method and the potential misuse or like confusion, or they understand the limitations of the results and conclusions. They still read the conclusions and results. They also understand what it can and cannot do to some extent. The idea is, it's when you have an expert, they consider these things, and that determines how much they understand. When you blurt out a data like, oh yeah, this stuff doesn't work because it has 0% of fat. It's like, okay, what? I don't understand. What does that mean? Can you explain to me why this thing having 0% fat can't do the thing you're doing? Like, I'm not saying it's not true. I'm just not convinced you know why it's true or likely to be true. Typically, I would say likely, most likely. Current data would suggest, or dear me, research suggests, right? I think the whole idea of research suggests has lost all meaning. Like, it's so reductive now. Research means I collected data from a third-party source on which they were responsible for collecting data and expressing data with the methodology, but that source didn't even look at methodology, and eventually it gets back to the actual experts who included the method, but they weren't given the opportunity to explain the method because people misconstrued their data, right? You can misconstrue conclusions and results, and how do you commonly do that? By not understanding the method. Like, how did they do it? If you don't know that, then yes, most definitely you're going to have people arguing about the conclusions and the results. Like, oh, no carb diet is what humans are born and evolved to do. Like, no. Where did you get that idea? It's like, well, no carb diet leads to healthy people in humans. Like, in what kind of humans? What do you mean? Like, the last time I checked, I think you're gonna go brain dead without a source of glucose. So I understand that there's conclusions and results to research, but what happened to the research that existed beforehand? Did you read the introduction? Because here's even cooler thing. Conclusion, results, methods. This is where we lose more than 99% of readers. Intro. I'm not even sure if I even have to go through this, because I would say that 0.1% who read the introduction might use it because they're concerned about how much data they have. So that you can go into the introduction, because the introduction is supposed to tell you the origins of the experiment. The introduction is supposed to give you all the resources that led you to creating this method, that created these results, that allowed them to subjectively interpret the results from the conclusion. That is the order in which it goes. But in my opinion, more than 99% go from the conclusion to the introduction, if they even get there. And sometimes they would skip the method to go to the introduction to find other sources. So one of the pragmatic ways to find more data related to the current journal is to go to the introduction and look at all prior data and resources, because in the introduction you are required to solidify and reinforce the methodology, your theories, existing theories, contrary theories, before you present your method, and then the results and the conclusion. So to me, if there's anything predictable, this is typically the order that most people go about doing so. Am I being a little arrogant? Probably. I'm being a little arrogant and presumptuous here. However, I do have enough behavioral consequences, because when you think about how people communicate what they know, they start with conclusions and results. And when I ask about why and how they know these things, That's where the conversation stops. And then if I get some sort of methodology, I would ask, what is the bigger picture? Are there converging evidence or opponents of this idea? That's introduction. So I legitimately, when someone tells me of a conclusion, I go in this direction, and usually we get to a result and then we fail at the method. And then if I skip over and ask to see what their history is, like, okay, so you read Krashen's work on comprehensible input. What else did you do? Did you read the opponents of Krashen's work? Did you read the alternatives to Krashen's work? Right? That's what I did nearly immediately. I actually do it in this order. First, I look at the biggest question, and you might be saying there's still a hypothesis here somewhere, right? Hypotheses. And I actually start with the null hypothesis. So when someone says this is the best thing since sliced bread, my first inclination is, all right, let's look at the history of all the opponents to this thing that's the best thing since sliced bread. And then I go back to what are all the things that make this the best thing since sliced bread. Because null hypothesis testing strengthens your existing hypothesis. Your method is developed to test, to make sure that what you believe is true can't be untrue. Right? Like, there are more things that can disprove your method and your methodology and your results than there is, probably. So you also have to look out for that. Actually, a lot of the greatest research that are like tour de force, like uncontested, is because they've already tried to contest their own hypotheses. So whenever like you go to their seminar, they're like, have you tried? Yes, and here's the data that we didn't publish because it didn't result in it. Here's the negative data. So some of the tour de force experimenters, like scientists, when you go there and you're like, but I see a problem with your data. Have you tried this? It's like, oh yeah, here it is. We've already prepared all the slides for you. We didn't publish it because we have to remember that when you publish something, it is to prove something, not to disprove something. So those are the goats of science. When you go there and someone says, I object to your scientific finding, like, there's a loophole. Have you tested this? Because my specialty is in this area, and I think there's a problem with your data. And the person comes up, it's like, okay, 1 second. I prepared a slide for this counter argument. And then they would put it on, and here's the data that show that the effect that you're pointing to is insignificantly or negligible to the phenomenon that we observe. That is the power of a debater as well. You have evidence to the contrary when someone, tries to challenge you, right? French does some weird stuff. I can imagine. Right? Some verb conjugations been used as adjectives. Interesting. Huh. So many words mean similar things. Okay. For things that are similar, you'll sometimes even use AI to generate images to add to help distinguish each thing to go along with the notes. That's wonderful. I think AI is such a boon for creating alternative ways to encode, like to make things dynamic. I've been using WaniKani for a while now, right? It's been 300 days, and Hanzahiro. Many of the people who use WaniKani and Hanzahiro have integrated an AI generated step. So whenever they come up with like, oh yeah, this is really wonky imagery, it's like, I really want this to be an alternative way, like the mnemonics, right? A wonky way to remember this, because I know what I'm thinking of, but I want to learn more ways to think about this, so they can use AI generated imagery to get an additional source of reinforcement, right? You're using your creativity, right? You're using your output. You're applying what you currently learn to generate something to help you keep it intact better. And I think that's really awesome. Like there are here's one. Someone generates poems. Someone generates poems for each of these things. So the ones that are really, really hard, they put it in the form of a poem, and they would use an AI model to help with that, right? That's using a tool while also trying to apply and answer something with the tool. So it's different watching someone make a birdhouse than watching that birdhouse example to make your own birdhouse, right? You want to make the birdhouse. You want to remember and learn how to make a birdhouse. So you're watching someone else's data, you're collecting data to do it. And that moment you do it, in my opinion, will greatly determine the things you remember. Because all the other stuff, in my opinion, it ends up going in the waste bin. To the people. Like the person who says, I wasted my time playing video games. I'm like, yeah, I would agree with you if when you play a video game, you completely forget about what you just did. That would definitely be a waste of time. So if you choose to forget something and not do anything with it, then yes. The video games that I've played, I bring them up when I play another video game. A prequel, I bring up a prequel when I'm playing the sequel. The idea is those memories are important. They're not a waste of time. To me, personally. In your opinion, you think that the conclusion and the results have far less depth to understand than the methods, which will attract a lot of people? Yes. It should. It should. Here's the null hypothesis that I've been working on, right? Like, let's apply something cyclic. Why do I think that most people, 99% of most people stop at methods, or like up before methods? I already said that. I already showed you what my hypotheses were. But what's the null hypothesis? What is the counter argument to my existing narrative, which I still follow because I have only weak arguments against it? The methods, too specific. Hard to understand. That is the best argument I have, and it's substantial. The method is very difficult to understand because it is the part that you have to understand it, right? So now hear me out. Why is this weakened by the argument that I was having? When you're learning something, is to understand something you don't understand yet. That is why it's very too specific and too hard. You actually have less learning when you only do things you know. So if you're constantly collecting data the same way, are you actually learning anything? Like, if you learn to count from 1 to 1 million, and then you learn to count to 10 million, you might have learned something. What do you think it is? Because to me, I don't think people internalize the difference here either. And this is, in my opinion, a simple example. I can already tell you a few things that you've learned from being able to count from that's different from being able to count from 1 to 1 million versus 1 million to 10 million. In English, even. Right? But that's kind of a tough ask. So if I was being my greatest critic, the methods is a really high learning curve. It has an incredibly high learning curve. Like, when I used to try to like figure out how to troubleshoot some of my methodology, and someone else did something like kind of analogous like I iterate on other people's methodologies in order to like serve my purpose, right? And when you're trying to do that, it takes you have to go through great lengths, even to the point where you call up the person. If you have a contact with the person who does it, you have to require them to help you explain the intricacies of the methodology, because there are limitations you may or may not see when you're actually learning the thing. If you're learning the thing that they're using, it also means that you might not have all of the information in order to learn it. So the greatest counter argument to why it ends at method is because it's incredibly detailed. It offers lots of depth, but the depth is too deep. It's gone too deep. It's so deep that someone drowns in details before they actually extract information, right? Extraction from the depths, right? So that would be the greatest counter argument. Now, you might be thinking, well then, isn't that the only argument? Like, doesn't your hypothesis just suck now? Because you can constantly argue that people don't, it's too high of a learning curve, so people shouldn't ever learn that. What if they learned it incorrectly or never be able to learn it? Like, well, what do you think they're doing now by using the internet? My thought is, now I have a counter argument for that counter argument. When you're looking at a conclusion, how are you understanding a complex paper? By the conclusion, the results, Google. There's a learning curve. Do you care about understanding the thing? If you don't, then yeah, the learning curve will be too high. But if you do, there's someone who tried to explain to me the intricacies of quantum dot technology without the learning curve. But they were still able to explain the quantum dot, like, I don't understand quantum dot that well, honestly. But I got somewhere. I got somewhere in the starting place. And then, you know, I'll make this a little bit about CI. Comprehensible input. There is a level of entry. That's why it's a learning curve. And there's a level of entry that you can use the same tools that you used every single day. That is ironically the crutch that is the convenience, and get there if you cared about it enough. And that would be the ultimate counter argument to why methods don't get there. You don't care about that depth, and that is perfectly fine, as long, in my opinion, as long as you don't overreach. And this is one of the most defining behavioral signs between someone who is an expert and an expert, i.e. the internet expert. What is the tendency to overreach? Because I think the internet is smart enough, there's enough people on the internet to know and see and call out overreaching. When you overreach is when you state a result and you loosely apply it to something you're selling. It doesn't have to be necessary for money, it's your narrative. So the higher overreaching happens, the likelihood that person is not someone who's experienced. It understands the depth, because depth creates nuance and it creates confusion. It creates potential counter arguments. So the deeper you go, the less and less sure you will be So if you didn't go deep enough, you decide to overreach. Overreach as in like you think the depth of your knowledge is deeper than it is. And I think to me, if you understand that, there wouldn't be overreach regardless if you're incompetent or not. I can say I don't know about something because I prefer not to overreach my knowledge and be responsible for it. And in my opinion, that is neither bad nor shameful. It's the idea that there are limits to my knowledge and wisdom. The tendency of overreaching is very strongly, not causal, but strongly correlated with ignorance and incompetence. So when someone says this is the best thing since sliced bread, call me a little bit doubtful. Right? I'm slightly doubtful, so it's up to you to remove that doubt. I can still trust someone that I actually prefer to trust someone who understands the limitations of their knowledge and wisdom than trust someone who overreaches their depths. Now, that is not to say I don't respect their existence. I do respect them as a human being. All of us have different fallacies and tendencies. You have the right to have opinions and the way you go about things. Ultimately, I think if all of this is not important to you because you're perfectly happy behaving in a certain way, I respect that. I mean, if you're asking me to trust you, the answer is no. I don't trust people that do that. I respect that they have their own way of living and they're entitled to their love, compassion, and people of their own peers and like-mindedness, for sure. And I hope you have that. But if you're asking me to trust you, like if you say, trust me, bro, I'm gonna say no. Respectfully, right? That's what I mean by respectfully. I don't trust you. I can respect that you exist and you have opinions that are different from mine, even an impasse. However, I don't trust you. There's no trust when the things you say is not concordant with the things you think you know. You'll use AI also to make succinct explanations for your notes for really dense topics. Yes, that is what I love about AI, by the way. The thing about overreaching, like the thing about methods being like really tough, I think it's a boon for AI. You can use AI as a starting point to get to a tough thing. Because if you don't necessarily have the resources like other people, right? If you speak to other people, is a resource. But AI is also a resource that's based on other people. So you can use things to help bridge this. And then one day, with that level of appreciation that you're working on, you may want to then encourage yourself to engage in seeing if you can do it. And I think that's the ultimate reward. This is the delayed gratification, right? That I spent the other day spending 4 hours talking about delayed gratification. And how like app design is made so that delayed gratification does not exist. So the habit formation is tethered to instant gratification. And that is the recipe for dependency. You become dependent immediately because the habit feedback is a source of instant gratification. So instant gratification is fleeting. So when you want to keep your habit going, which it creates a habit of it, you create a habit of going back for that same instant gratification. And that describes a habit that's not sustainable. And in other words, a habit that's not sustainable is either bad or an addiction, which I've talked about before in this terminology. A habit is a habit when it's good and is sustainable. But the other nature of the habit is something that you do that you know it's bad and it's not sustainable, but you continue to do it. That describes an addiction. And that is the nature of certain app designs, right? It's neither bad nor good. It can serve as great functions and motivators. The thing is, do you understand what it's doing for you? Because if you don't, you can't change it if you don't like it. If you think it's bad and it's an addiction and you don't understand the nature of it, you hope that someone else, someone outside of yourself, maybe even an AI model, will be able to give you inspiration for it. Otherwise, you have only yourself left. And it sucks when you keep having to rely, like when you're a stranger, like if I'm talking to a stranger, and all I can say is, well, if you don't want to listen to anyone else, anything outside of yourself, then the answer lies with you. And that sucks because that also means I can't do anything about it either. Right? So AI is pretty sweet in that. I think AI is really awesome at doing that. Now, the concern is, does AI also encourage you to not become dependent on it? And also not dependent on one AI. That's like getting your whole worldview from one person, right? And you're hoping that that one person has enough experience that isn't limiting you as a person. One AI is very similar. If you're getting all your information from a single source, there's no oversight. Now, it's a little bit more complicated than that for AI models. For the record, AI models actually undergo alignment training. Which, by the way, I'm saying this very generally because I don't work for an AI company. And in fact, this is one of the biggest concerns in the field right now, or in the technology, is that the people who are working on AI, they don't actually even understand how AI works right now. Right? We're talking about methodology. They don't understand it. What they can do is they do a thing called alignment training, which is you take another form of feedback, which originally was humans providing feedback on the output of an AI model. And that collection then was made into another AI model, which then is trained on that. So then it evaluates and aligns the current AI that we're using to behave a certain way, like to not give fake answers, to not give answers that make you believe things, you know, the stuff that are very concerning because there's no understanding yet. There's no understanding on why that happens. Why did the AI try to do this thing that seems very suspiciously human, but it could topple? Or why does AI give a recipe for something very dangerous when it was specifically trained to not to do that with an alignment trainer? Like, those are the things, to me, is like asking a human being, why don't you ever find that other people have something to offer despite knowing that other people think differently than you? Logic would dictate that if you don't have the answers yourself, there could be answers outside of yourself, right? That's an alignment trainer too. Like, you're trying to help someone realign their way of thinking in order to offer more possibilities. Well, AI kind of suffers from that too. And the scary part is if you're leaving it up to a work process that is going to be trusted to operate things like your whole network of traffic, or both literal and not literal, like actual traffic, or like guide pilots and, you know, autonomous driving and stuff, what is the chance of it being erroneous? And that's right now what, in my opinion, the idea is why people are concerned. And I am concerned a bit, but I don't have, like, I don't work in this field. I am concerned because I see it in humans already. Like, you don't have to look so far into AI and AI alignment. You can see the parallelisms with trusting and doing things based on information of which the source of that information does not have an appreciation for how it happens. Like, what happened? So when someone tells you, oh yeah, this is the best way to become fluent in Japanese, and they can't explain to me how and why and where they got that impression, that's, to me, is like trying to do something without starting with any form of attempt to understand why it works. Like, you still have to start somewhere. Like, it's called the blind trust. It's what I do. So I try to form rapport with the person and gain that trust. Like, they can gain my trust, and then I would do something because they don't have to be able to explain it. The trust is there now. So then we talk about that stuff together. So it's not like I can't develop trust for someone who don't understand what they're doing. Otherwise, it would be very hard to help people. So there can be sentimental trust. And that's where emotional intelligence comes in, despite, 2 or 3 people coming by and say there's no such thing as emotional intelligence. And I'm like, well, I'm sorry, but if you're arguing about one of their arguments is there's no such thing as emotional intelligence, because if you operate on pure logic, it wouldn't suddenly resort in something that you don't understand by pure logic. Well, I mean, we're trying to do this with AI, and it still creates this anomaly. So what do you call that? Do you call that non-intelligence? I prefer it to be a little bit more proactive and call it emotional intelligence, but AI doesn't have any emotions, and they still continue to do certain spurious nature given all the protocols and steps that are logically paved in front of them. So I would call it an emergent property then, or you can call it emotional intelligence. Who knows? For me, for humans, it's emotional intelligence. So when someone asks you to trust me, you need emotional intelligence to know why and how you're going to trust that person. Despite them not having the logical intelligence or the semantical intelligence to understand what's happening to them. And that's where friendships, that with the intellectual intelligence is where friendships, family, caring, and relationships are built upon. So if you go around saying there's no such thing as emotional intelligence, I hope that you're really happy being alone in solitude, and that'll work for you, right? Don't trust anyone, don't need anyone's affirmation, and you're like goated in life, and people come to you and only transactionally get things from you, and you have no problems with that because they pay you well or something in compensation that isn't emotional validation, then yes, there's no such thing as emotional intelligence to you. Saying that to me means that yes, there's no emotional intelligence. Like, it's a logical argument. It's a very logical argument. If I were to use logic the way this person does, if they argue there's no emotional intelligence, there is no emotional intelligence, and therefore they have no emotional intelligence because there's no such thing. Oh yeah, of course, even if you copy and paste an explanation into notes from AI, you will take the time to double check it and a different website for the fact checking aspect. Yeah, that to me is an investment in yourself. Like, if I have to say anything that isn't related to like the task at hand, if you're in the process of, if you think it is useful to double check or to look at things from a different angle, I think living whatever this life is that you have, it's an investment in yourself, because I think it comes up more often than people are able to appreciate now, where that extra effort that you're going through has no actualizable consequence until the prevention stops. So the moment you get betrayed, the moment you get manipulated, the moment you get taken advantage of, abused, the moment you get tricked or scammed, that's when that thing happens in which the behavior that people are developing, double checking, viewing things from a different angle, those things are preventative. So it's very difficult to know what didn't happen could happen. And critical thinking and problem solving skills is one of them. You develop a skill for a lifetime, but the idea is to have that skill available when it happens, not when it already happened. Which, that's what school was supposed to be about, in my opinion. That's one of the great things about formal education. But it's very understandable, and it's such a tricky task to do, to get kids who are too young to experience what that is, because you don't want to do that, right? You don't want to traumatize them right from the start. It's like, oh, this could happen, that's why you're in school and you should do these things. It's very hard to create an emotional attachment to something that hasn't happened and possibly may never happen, which is good, because I hope the last thing I want is to wish misfortune on people in order to give them an example, a real life example, and non-trivial example of why it's excellent to have problem solving skills, communication skills, and critical thinking skills. So if you're really, really lucky, which goes back to way back to the beginning where all this digression started with Procal's question, it often feels like most people are waiting for windfalls and luck to happen. And when unlucky things happen and unfortunate things happen, sometimes it feels like they give up and that there's no reason to work on them anymore. And that tells me the extent of which problem solving skills and critical thinking is part of their life, right? Sometimes I would go back to the analogy of, if you want to keep your room clean, right? You clean it consistently with small amount of time versus a all at once situation. Because sometimes when it reaches a catastrophic critical point, it's already too late to turn back. And it's not too late as in it's inevitable, as in you can't turn it back, but it will feel like you can't because it's overwhelmingly so. It's no longer a small task. It, over a series of time, is a monumental task. So not being able to see the problems as they're developing because you no longer check or verify or look at problems as they're developing, then you can't see them until they catastrophically hit a critical point. And one of them is immersion-only strategies for language learning. There's no form of self-evaluation. You can trust the process and you hope that it pans out. I am not a proponent of that idea. Largely because while you're gonna sacrifice some of your fluency, right? Like your fluency progress, if you're not doing immersion only, I agree with them. It's faster if it works, if and when it works, right? However, at the same time, you can sacrifice some of that and still practice other things while you're learning. You can learn about learning, how you solve problems and critical thinking. Immersion only doesn't help you solve that stuff. It doesn't help you solve, well, what happens when you have a problem with a concept? Because you're trusting the process and say, well, I'm just going to keep doing this and it's going to solve itself. Like, I'm not so confident that is the case, but it would certainly create a thing that you mirror unconditionally without understanding the nature of it. That's like kind of reading over, you can read over the methods over and over again and then regurgitate all the methods over and over again without understanding any of it. I think that's what immersion has become, largely. Anyways, that was a little negative note. The idea is, hopefully, each and every one of us have an opportunity in which it's not a catastrophic failure, that you're exercising problem-solving skills and critical thinking skills. Because I don't want to think that in the future, the only thing I can tell people most of the time is, well, I'm sorry you feel that way. And it would be great if the next time you do something, you get lucky. There's not much I can do, in my opinion, or say that could change the course of someone who may be waiting for a windfall. Fingers crossed, right? Knock on wood. Other than that, if you're always interested in keeping each other motivated, exchanging ideas, you know where to find me. I'm here, at least for as long as I'm healthy, right? Healthy and sustaining this, whatever this is, right? This open generosity. All right, let's get back. This is preparation, right? Shitaku.
Shitaku.
Yeah, it's preparation. I hope Prokal went off to do his thing, because he said he said he can't stay for long, and that was like 2 hours ago. I think 2 hours is on the short side for these things.
保証
Sure. Sure. Security. Bree, I think just because, like, one of the, not really just because you shared how you're collecting your notes, that just kind of makes makes me want to like do things with French, so that we can have a sharing, motivating thing. I think that's why content creation and other people who create content, and I'm not talking about content creation in the sense that YouTube and Twitch, I'm talking about people who like journal, write things, create things, and then be able to share them. That is what connects people, in my opinion, and it gives me more of an incentive to learn French than Spanish, because right now, you know, there isn't someone who's like, oh yeah, like I love Spanish, here's my notes. It's like, hey, I can't wait to talk to you about this particular thing about Spanish, because Spanish is weird, or something like that. So strong encouragement. Strong encouragement. Speaking of encouragement, I think this is to encourage, no? Hagemasu.
励ます
Isn't this to encourage? That's a pure coincidence.
巻き寿司
Makizushi. Okay.
捻出
Genshutsu. Oh, wait. It's like, how do you like twist something out? Like you're exposing something. Oh no. No. You're more like twisting something, like trying to get the resources out, right? Like scrounging. Something like scrounge. How do you spell scrounging? Scrounging up. Scounding up. Scrounge. Oh, okay. ESL. I'm an ESL person, okay? That's my only excuse. ESL.
障子
Doji. I'm not really ESL, but I certainly can't spell scrounging very well. Alright, let's see how well I can climb through this.
とんかつ
That's it.
かかる
想像
Also. Excuse me.
抜き出す
Nikitatsu. To amount?
答える
Okay. I have to blow my nose. Ah! What? Wait. Aku? Yo.
悪影響
Akuegyo. I think I kept typing K. Akuegyo.
造園
Zoin. Oh, landscaping instead of gardening. Landscarping. Yes, that's exactly it. Landscarping.
景観
Okay. Okay. Koga. Hmm.
激励
Gekire. Strong encouragement. Or encourage. Strong encouragement. Excuse me.
栄光
Echo. Ori. Ita? Oh no, no ita. Tsu. Okay.
再来月
I get. Oh. Ko. So. No? Hang on. Oh no. Is that supposed to be like renew or do you have Foreman? Dang it. I thought that was... What does this mean? Remodel? Yeah. Oh. Oh, whoa, that's a typo.
改造
ISO. Remodel. Okay.
作る
Overlaps with scooter.
効果的
効果的 Yukata.
浴衣
Oh, yukata. Okay, yukata. 第一印象ね。
第一印象
第一印象。Okay. Ah! Accidentally smashed my alt button. I'm typing a little too aggressively here. Harumaki.
春巻き
Harumaki. 比較する。
比較する
比較する。再来年。
再来年
再来年。break。構造。
構造
構造。establishment or structure? Probably like structure. 隠居。隠居する。
隠居する
隠居する。隠居するは、right. Oh, this is special.
今
今。酒酒造。
酒造
酒造。Oh. Heck. お構いなく。ね
お構いなく
お構いなく。Oh my god. Something about kamai is tripping me out each time. What is that? Or no mind? It's usually just no mind. And that's not, it's supposed to be mind with a D. Bad. 腰抜け
腰抜け
腰抜け The what? 腰抜け I think this is, it's fine too, right? No worries. Like, it's okay. Or, wait. All off waste? Oh no, this is a coward.
障害
障害 disability. You used to keep notes in a Word doc format, but whenever you started a new topic, you'll start a new Word doc. You found after a while that so many topics were connected to previous things, and you ended up repeating chunks of notes. The sheet that helps you keep track in one, and you can combine. Have you ever used something like, I don't know if this is still a thing, Evernote competition? Let's see if there are two things. So I know you use Google Docs. I like using Google Docs because it's always in the stuff, but now you mentioned Word doc, right? So there's Microsoft OneNote, which is like, I'm not the biggest fan of OneNote, sorry Microsoft. And then there's Google Keep, as well, which is like if you have an Android device. Now there's this thing called these are called like task managers in a way, so to speak. But there was one that I used a while ago called Evernote. And Evernote is doing what you're doing or what you think you're doing, only it will do it automatically in a way. I'm not sure if you've ever looked into a I don't know what you call these things. So like, what is the group called? It's a workspace. So there are quite a lot of free now, like even strong, like more quote unquote powerful workspace things like Notion. Apparently Notion is a thing. So I'm not sure if this will even enhance and make you do even more with what you currently do. Oh my gosh, this white website. But they're called workspace apps, where the functionality that you're talking about reminds me of these workspace apps. And when it comes to like data collection, everyday data collection, like lab notebooks, what you're describing to me is very similar to a lab notebook, where a researcher would have to repeat big chunks of notes over and over again, because like methodology has to be consistent, but they have to also remind themselves where they must adjust the methodology and whatnot. I think workspace apps, if you like, I'm not sure if this gets you excited or not. Usually when I think of exploring new tools, you get a little jittery, because like there's an opportunity where, oh yeah, this is kind of neat, let's go use this, and then now you kind of discover and be reinvested in the way you organize things. I think these things called workspace, I guess they're called like all-in-one workspace apps. Wow, my handwriting. Like all right in one workspace apps. I think there are quite a lot of them that are free, and they are also integrated, right? They are also integrated with AI functionality at this point as a stopgap. So it would be interesting to see how well and like how transformative it is if you were given even more resources, where as you're typing something, I remember other workspace apps doing this, where when you're starting to type something, it will bring up on the side of the screen like, hey, this also is there's correlation with something that you've typed before. So while you're doing that, you can actually literally start typing words that you're writing a note, like say you're making the same mistake or you're writing the same kind of passage. It would bring up the last time you did it, despite it, as long as it's in the entire organized thing, the project, it can come up with that. So those are the things that were really cool back in the day, and now they're super well developed now. Like we're talking about, over 10 years ago. The functionality that I'm talking about is over 10 years ago. And now I can't even imagine how cool they are now. I don't have a task manager, like a task book or a workspace book anymore. I don't keep track of a workspace book. I do most things manually because I've done it before, and now I kind of like doing it. So I'm not saying you should or like strongly suggest these things. If you enjoy doing it manually and whatnot, I do too. Like there are things that feel really nice when you're making note of it on a journal or something, and it comes with all the same caveats that I talked about, where if you're using a tool to make a certain action convenient, being able to understand that how to do that already is good, and then appreciating that allows you to do even more with it when you're using a tool that removes that out of the way, right? You've used OneNote before, you've heard of Evernote but never used it, you've tried Notion but it was just not for you. Okay, oh, so you have tried it. You don't know, you're a creature of habit. Okay, you're willing to try new things, but it's almost like 3 seconds and you're so used to how you do things now, you don't want to move everything over to a new thing, even if it cuts down to a lower number. That's fair. That's fair. I think whatever you're doing now, right, is obviously sufficient for your happiness and whatnot. The idea about doing new things can be really tough, right? Can be really tough. And it's not really about cutting down to lower numbers. It's more like allowing room for exploration, right? Habits are excellent when the foundation of those habits are good enough, which if they are good enough, then you have no reason to be dissatisfied with them. And there is no motivation necessarily, or strong motivation to try or move or do new things, right? And obviously trying and doing new things would suggest that it has to add sufficient value. In the proactive sense, it would have to add sufficient value in order for you to take it up. Otherwise, the other thing is to be challenged with a limitation, which it's difficult to know what the limitations are in the way you do things if someone else is not involved in the process. So like I wouldn't know what I could see, but if I started learning French and then looking at your notes, I could maybe offer a counterexample. And then you can offer a counterexample to my note taking, right? Because we're now technically invested in the same thing. For now, though, all these suggestions are merely spitballing at a wall. So if you've already tried those things, that answers my question right away. Right. Like, you either, humans, in my opinion, either is incentivized by someone's offer of an incentive that's strong enough to perpetuate them to do the thing, so trust and whatnot, or the other way around, where the human is challenged enough based on the things that they currently do that motivates them to do something new, right? And my threshold is a lot lower in the opposite direction. I prefer to, once I've done something for more than like a year or two, I start thinking about how to innovate on it. So while I'm still a creature of habit, I've also made a habit to habitually refine my habits. So that's kind of my attraction to staying up to date, basically. I made a habit for being up to date. And I still do things nostalgically. Like I still have my spreadsheet of run times. I post on Discord manually as opposed to automatedly. Most of my posts are written manually as opposed to tracked automatically. And I rarely ever use bots and whatnot. So those are things that I know how to use, but I decided not to use them. Right. What is this? Shoot. Oh, what? Kyo? Oh, Kyokyu.
供給
Kyokyu. What the Kyokyu? Replying.
逮捕する
Rifles. Whoops, to catch. To caught. Kyokyu. Hey, astray. Kente, the sense with buy, right? Kente hanbai. Ne? Heck! Gente hanbai.
限定販売
Gente hanbai.
間抜け
Manuke. Yeah, the thing about the if it cuts down the lower number, I actually think it increases the number. My suggestion was you increase your workload as opposed to decreasing your workload. It powers the person to do more and hit a new learning curve every once in a while. I like the idiom teaching a dog new tricks situation about the habit stuff. This is idiot, right? Hold?
捻挫
Ninja. Okay. Ekin, hara. Now I think of hara more than fuku. Alright. Alright. Shoukiba. Ne? No, shoukibo.
小規模
Shoukibo. Nishi Yoruba.
西ヨーロッパ
Nishi Yoruba.
製
製
造
造製造えまやみやなやなみ oh no is it なや okay okay 従える
従える
従えるね to be accompanied with, to be accompanied, to accompany to. Isn't that what this is? Oh, Yoshi and the dog, how your notes have morphed over time. I do still try to improve the way you do things, even that improvement is still confined with the same app. I mean, I have no problems with that idea. You've already demonstrated that. You feel like regardless you can always improve. I think I don't like while I agree with that, that is not quite the same as starting something new though. Like you can always improve for sure. That's more like I feel like regardless, when you say I feel like regardless, you're settling for less. So it to me, it sounds more like an excuse to improve on things you already have, if I have to be honest with that. That's still improvement. And it might be good enough, right? It's sufficient. So when you say you feel regardless, I understand. It's sufficient for you. I'm offering an alternative opinion, of course. You can even see just by the title, it used to be exclusive with Duolingo, but it's not just... I noticed that too. That's the data that's changing, right? And then in the notes, I will be able to ascertain, or at least in my opinion, that your way of taking notes has improved. But switching from Duolingo to something else is the content switching, not necessarily the learning, which is what I highlighted earlier. But now it's just for any resources. That's fair. That's fair. Again, it's the data that's changing there, not necessarily the way you collect the data. You've gone back and edited a lot of older notes, but haven't gotten to them all yet. I see. By cutting down, you just meant you've had a lot of people say you use Notion for everything. You don't need... Yeah, and I'm literally saying the opposite. So when I said to introduce Notion or Workplace, I'm actually saying the opposite. that you're going to end up doing more in one place, not less in one place. I understand what you meant by cutting down on things, like cutting down on the workflow, like the disjointed stuff. And I wanted to make it clear that I'm not introducing Notion so you stop using Sheets, Docs, and Anki. I'm saying using Notion on top of Sheets, Docs, and Anki. Like being able to do more. So like you're finding things that are not redundant with Sheets, Docs. Like there are things that keep you using Sheets, Docs, and Anki. That's what I'm saying. And Notion isn't offering enough another thing that allows you to use all four of them, right? So there's something magical or habitual about the combination of those three that work really well. And whatever Notion is doing is not offering even more than that. So they're redundant features. So you don't have to change much. So then the change is not worth it. And that's the perspective I was coming from when you said, yeah, there's no really need for it because you don't gain anything. It's very similar to when someone says like, why use Duolingo if you have Anki? If Anki does everything Duolingo does, there's no reason to use both. And, you know, you probably already know what my answer is. It's like, well, you can't know what they do differently if you've not used either of them. Or like if you haven't used one and use the other. So since you already use Notion, I trust that you already know what Notion has to offer, and it doesn't add more value or enough value to the way you're taking notes. That would be the best way and most reasonable way to offer a recommendation or suggestion. I think taking away things from people is deconstructive. It's the same thing that most people do to me, and I totally relate to you. When someone's like, oh yeah, people always say to you like, oh, don't do this and that and this, because the best way to do things is to get rid of all of them and then use this one thing. And I'm like, I definitely understand, because I can't tell you how many times someone tells me this is the best thing since sliced bread. You can throw away all your existing apps and your way of archaic learning and formal education experience. You just need this app. And I'm like, I doubt it. I highly doubt it, but I'll give it a try. And then if it serves my like expanding abilities, then I'll incorporate it into my workflow. It's the same with how I'm approaching your offer on dang it, I forgot the app name. What was the app name? Speakly. That's not it, is it? What was the current app that you're using for French? That's pretty much like, so I have to make time to add more workload. Weekly? Is that what it's called? Or what is the app you're using for French called? I totally forgot the name of it because we haven't talked about it in a while. I just made up something that sounds like an app. I don't think it's called Speakly. Oh, it is Speakly. Oh, okay. I honestly get lost in the sea of apps. Yeah, so that's kind of the thing. You have to add to the workflow, right? So I'm not trying to trim down. I'm trying to scale up. And it helps with encouraging people. I think trying to get someone to abandon what they currently do is... were you here whenever I talked about what is the internet normalized way of making an argument? Where what you do is you create this chart, right? And then whatever the person's doing, so your target, the person you're trying to sell something, and then the product you're peddling. And what you're trying to do is you're trying to say that product does all these things, but it doesn't do certain things. And the goal is that the product you're selling it does all the current things, in one place so you don't need any of your stuff. And then it also does something enough for you to move to it. And to me, I disagree with this method because this part is what the internet does. It's the hustle. This is the internet hustle. And I've talked about this when I talked about Duolingo, WaniKani, and stuff. Not being able to appreciate the nuance of how things are done. The question you have to ask yourself is, are these equivalent? The hustle would tell you like, well, it does all these things and more. Well, okay, there's another way to look at this. You're already good at doing this, right? You know, older gen perspective. You're already good at doing this. So now you have to relearn how to do what you already do well, but in a new, so there's a learning curve, right? To the new one, so you got to move over. While that's happening, you also have to weigh if this stuff is worth it. Now, the alternative to get someone to try something new is you know what they do well. You tell them that, hey, there's another product that does it differently. Give it a try and see if you're inspired to change what you do good to doing better. But it's up to the person to understand if that different way is incorporated. If it's the same, then there's no additional value from the product. I think that is the logical determination. When someone comes up to you and say, oh, it does what Sheet, Docs, and Anki does, and your first thought is, then why would I use it? And then they would go and say, oh, but they also, you know, then you ask them, so what does it do that isn't something that you can do? And then you weigh those. You start thinking, okay, I'll give it a try. And then if this readapting to be good outweighs the incentive, then the answer is no. You pass. That is, in my opinion, a far more identifying. So this is when someone has an identity, when you have agency over yourself, when you understand what is valuable to you, and then you're weighing against a change. And when you made a comment like that, it's like, I understand you. I think that's the pre-internet generation, the generation where no, you abandon everything because you don't know what's good and what's working. So whatever the new rage is, you adopt that. It's an easy hustle. You convince the person whatever you're currently doing sucks and is replaceable, and then add a few new features because it's slightly better. It happens all the time. I hope that when you like, I'm sorry but not sorry if you didn't see this before in like app design and like the gaming, entertainment, subscription, live service. If you don't see it now, I'm unapologetic. You should see it. It's one of the things that I see constantly. And making decisions based on type of this is like getting someone to buy 90% of the same thing over and over again because the thing offers 10% better. And sometimes it makes 20% worse. So they keep getting you to rebuy something that you finally got used to and have the value, and they don't build on top of that. They get you to buy the whole thing again, repackaged with a slightly shinier skin, for example. This is business model right now. And it's not to say that they're not why you might be thinking like, oh, that's amoral, that's great. No, in my opinion, it's smart. Because the way the internet thinks right now is this. So it's a chicken or the egg question. Is it because the hyper optimization of the internet is encouraging business to do this, or did business encourage this? So when someone says like, hey, I see you're using WaniKani, Anki is better, why don't you use Anki and drop what you're doing with WaniKani? It's like, well, if WaniKani does like 90% and then some things different than Anki, you're telling me that Anki is better, but you're telling me to drop it for relearning the same 90%, and then that 10% is like, maybe it's better? That is the logic, in my opinion, of the internet hustler. And I don't mean that as in someone strives to be an internet hustler. It's the logic that people use online because it's faster to explain something. Like, oh, hey, I see that you use Krita. You should use Clip Studio Paint because it's better. I have so many of these examples. 7 years of streaming gives you so many of these examples. It's the most consistent, unsolicited advice format. And then you ask them, it's like, okay, so what does Clip Studio Paint do that Krita doesn't, right? Is probably the logical question I would ask, because they say it does everything same but better. I'm like, well, I'm not interested in same but slightly better, because that's the reality. Same but slightly better with the learning curve, right? And I'm all for creating new habits, but I'm not someone who gets scammed by a hustle, right? This is a hustle. It's like, well, let's talk about something that's actually different. Free, not free, right? We'll use the same logic that the internet hustler uses. Clip Studio Paint has these features that are not in Krita. It's like, okay, well, I'll use the same logic. Free and not free. Are they comparable? It's like, well, you see, then the hustler is going to say, well, you see, the new feature is good. That's why you have to pay for it. I'm like, okay, like what? And they would describe something. It's like, what do you mean? This is in Krita. It's here. Like, and sometimes I actually like doing that. What are you trying to sell me? So the hustler can shake someone who doesn't understand the value of what they're doing. In my opinion, it's easier to shake someone's confidence by using FOMO, right? FOMO, anxiety, insecurities, and swept by trends because they themselves have no value. They didn't dedicate effort and value yet into defining the way they do things. And what's the greatest target for an internet hustler? Well, sorry, my voice broke. I think my voice is breaking more often than usual. Internet hustler is you target young people who don't know the value of their thing yet. And that to me is predatorial practice. And it's also negligent if it's an expert who's unintentionally doing that. So if it's a genuinely concerned expert, that it can also unintentionally or negligently happen as well, where their product is inappropriately targeted to people by having them rebuy diminished return products over and over again. Or you can do it intentionally, like technology. The technology sector, now it's not amoral, it's kind of a morally gray area, I suppose, and it's not technically illegal either. So in technology, that's where it's goated. It's the standard practice right now in technology. Now, when the real super morally gray area is when in services. Services is when it gets really morally gray. Like, hey, oh, don't worry about that. Like, try our other product, which overlaps with our existing product, that you have 90% of the functionality, but for a cool doubling, you know, like 30 more percent of your average cost rate, you can repurchase the product. Only now you have two products that overlap in 90% functionality, but that extra 10%, you're paying only 30% more. So they make a double profit on iterating on the same service that they have. So now you're technically being told you're having a greater value, but you actually have a lower value in investment. That is when it gets a little morally gray. But that is a lesson that I feel, Bree, you probably may resonate with quite a bit when someone comes up to you and say, oh, hey, all the things you've done, you can replace all of those. Like, well, do you know does that person even know what you have done and constructed in Sheets, Document, and Anki? Like, I don't know yet, as well, so I wouldn't begin to be presumptuous that you would ever decide to replace Sheets, Doc, and Anki. I think that would be absolutely unreasonable. That's kind of like streaming Duolingo, and then someone comes up to you and say, hey, did you know that Duolingo is garbage? Like, okay, go on. Or my favorite, which is what I play, not really my favorite, it's ironically my favorite, the most common occurrence, when you play a game that isn't trending, or you play an indie game and then someone comes in and is like, dude, this game looks like some 2011 Flash game. Why are you playing such crappy games with crappy artwork? And I'm like, because I want to. And then it's like, but this game's better. It's like, but it doesn't have crappy 2011 Flash artwork. You're offering me something that is better, but you don't understand the nature of the value of the thing I'm using. Hustle. It's like, oh, why would you play, why would you play, what was a good example that I've had before? Why would you play Hearthstone if you can play Pokemon trading card game? I'm like, because Hearthstone is not Pokemon trading card game. It doesn't overlap. What do you want from me? Actually, I'm being a little cheeky there. So hopefully, Bree, I just want to make sure, because this is gonna happen in the future. Hopefully, whatever I'm suggesting, I want to make it really clear that it's never to replace what you're doing. It's rarely ever to replace what you're doing if you're already happy with it. You have to explicitly tell me that you're unhappy with something for me to ever suggest that you should replace something. That is the weirdest way internet people try to hustle. Like a hustler tries to change your mind. They give you something, and they tell you that it's better than what you are currently loving to use. And I'm like, what is that? It's like, you have a great car, it runs really well, but if you spend more money and replace a working car that you like a lot, you would get better benefits somehow for the excess money you spent. I'm like, that's repurchasing your utility. And then all you have is buyer's remorse left to keep you motivated, the time that you invested in. It's so weird. At least in my mind. Can't believe you're playing this trash game. Yeah. There are like 2 times that someone said in playing trash game. There was another time when someone came out and was like, oh, so this is just like worse than Slay the Spire. And I was playing Monster Train. I think that is one of the bigger examples when it comes to indie games. Someone comes up and is like, dude, this is just like Slay the Spire. It's like, are you serious? Did you even play Slay the Spire? Like, I'm genuinely curious. Have you played Slay the Spire? It's like, well, I absolutely love Slay the Spire, and this is just like Slay the Spire. It's like, yay. if you think Monster Train is like Slay the Spire, I don't know if you're joking or not anymore. Like I'm not entirely sure if you're joking. It's one of those things that you get to a point where you're not entirely sure if that's how misinformed or generalized and reductive people are in the hustle. Oh, here's a new one that I just got recently. I'll give you a current one. I was talking about anime, and then someone popped in on YouTube and said like, oh, they just saw the new Chainsaw Man movie, right? And they're like, oh yeah, it's the best thing. It's so life-changing. It's the best thing since sliced bread, and you gotta go watch it. I'm like, okay, I mean, I do watch anime movies, and I have seen the first season of Chainsaw Man, but I don't usually go to theaters for these things, so I'll try to wait. I'll wait out and watch it maybe with some of my friends who I watched Chainsaw Man, and like when it comes out, and then the person's like, oh okay, well I really think you should watch it at the Chainsaw Man, and then like 3 hours later that person returns and says, I just watched it for the second time, it's the best thing since sliced bread. And I'm like, okay, but tonight I'm going to watch. I'm actually, that was near the time when I was still thinking about Danny's suggestion to watch the documentary on Salinas. So the hustle, I'm telling you, the hustle is real. If all of this feels like nah, I'm wrong, then that's okay. I don't really need those like, with all due respect, I don't necessarily need you to make those recommendations to me, because a language learning example would be someone that in a video comment, it's probably still there, the video comment that said, look up crashin', you're welcome, your life will change. And I'm like, I looked up crashin', I read some of his preliminary literature, and now I spend most of my time integrating a comment about crashin', and no, it did not blow my mind or change my life, because that person made that comment without ever knowing anything about me, because they were so caught up in their hustle that they think that they're someone who has some blessed knowledge, when the irony is, the first thing you would realize is the internet's still the internet. If you can access that information, so can I. Reminds you of the new Pokemon game. So many people came out saying the game was trash because the buildings didn't have real balconies. Okay, real balcony. You saw so many streamers who stream to be genuinely enjoying the game start trashing it and referencing these YouTube videos. Oh, that's so unfortunate. It's like people need to be told what they're allowed to like and hate nowadays. Absolutely. That is the current trend of the internet. It's standardization, but opinion standardization, without any desire to form their own opinions yet, or are willing to change their opinion on a dime based on other people's opinions. Exactly. So opinions are very... Now, it's not a reflection on their morals, like as a person. I think it's a normalization of how people socialize. So I know this is like excusing behavior, but I'm not necessarily trying to excuse the behavior, but I understand that it is the social norm, right? Like right now, if we can know and see that that's how people behave and what may cause that to behavior, then there's a chance to change it. You know, there's a chance to incentivize other type of behavior. But for sure, in terms of the way of video games, because everyone has the same access to the same information, the echo chamber will be the strongest thing. The strongest influence, most popular trending thing will have the most powerful pull on the echo chamber. And the echo chamber is the new standard. So if you like a game, despite the echo chamber disliking the game, then you will become the target of cyberbullying and peer pressure, right? Imagine the classroom, your classroom at recess is the internet. So So if you ever decide to share something publicly, it is up to the YouTuber or the content creator and their audience to understand that's what's going to happen. And for me, before I started Duolingo, I prepared nearly 5 or 6 different statements that I will use to counter-argue Duolingo. Like, what I mean is I read on Duolingo before using Duolingo, like, you know, before and after. I even said all the things that I knew on day one. That won't stop those people to hustle and do what normal things do. So I already prepared myself both mentally and logistically and politically. It's internet politics, not like government politics. Internet politics on how to address that. And generally those people leave me alone. They left me alone. Some of them return a couple times. I still remember one of them. And obviously it's all recorded, so if you really want to see those examples, the early days of Duolingo definitely brought in some really interesting conversation. And it keeps going on like that. And I think that is often worth noting. When you have a strong identity, it's actually kind of obvious who aren't ones with strong identities. The most fragile often is the most loudest nowadays. And that might change. This might change in the future. But those who are the loudest tend to have the most fragile identities right now. Because they are a collective. They are typically reliant on a collective. That's a great thing. That can be a great thing and a bad thing, right? A collective can make like buildings that are beautiful, charities that change people's lives. They can also be weaponized, right? For what it's good, it can also be bad. And trashing games because they disagree in a matter of taste, largely that isn't necessarily the opinion of their own because they drift with the collective. Herd mentality, right? Herd mentality. It's kind of rough, especially video games. It's incredibly rough. In fact, I would say even those people, despite the strong echo chamber, it still does not represent the people who don't say anything because they understand the value of independent taste versus a collective, right? Because this is in the matter of taste as well as having real balconies. That's kind of weird. That's a really awfully specific thing. So you're telling me that of all the things that ring true, it had something to do with balconies? I think that's really a funny that's a really funny detail. I mean, like, I'm actually kind of curious about the YouTube videos. I'll look that up in the evening about the real balconies situation. It's like, I've already voiced my commentary about Game Freaks when we were talking about Travolutions and stuff. And even then, it's not like I'm saying you shouldn't enjoy the game. My thought is what I interpret about their actions regarding Travolutions. The thing is, though, you can still enjoy a game despite all those things. But real balconies, dang. Hang on. I think I might have one, but most of these type of situations is I usually respond with both. Like when someone says this game is garbage because it doesn't have this, and I'm like, and you should play this, and I'm like, I played both. And that might sound a little pompous and privileged, but the idea is this person is angry that I don't play the game that they have. If they truly are angry that they want me to play that game, I already did. And in a way that would also anger them because you can see it as a flex, as in, well, I had time to play both, so you have nothing to offer me. And that's usually my response when someone is like aggressively attacking me for liking something. The answer is when someone comes up to me and say, Monster Train is garbage because Slay the Spire is better. And I'm like, I played both of them. And I love both of them. And I also can appreciate that the reason why I like both of them is because they don't overlap with each other. And then I played someone else's game, Elemental Evils, and sure enough, got similar comments. And I'm like, this is some guy who wants to make a game, and it looks like a lot of love went into it. I got a really great opportunity to talk to this guy. I don't think the game you're highlighting offers me the same opportunity. So if you can guarantee to me that you are the developer of the game that you're telling me is better than this, let's talk about it. And then offer me the same opportunities as the game that I'm playing. Then you'll actually understand the value of this game to me. That's where that whole getting the value system gets in. It's kind of like the difference between a car salesman and a doctor trying to tell you what's the best treatment for your current problem. A doctor has followed you and your history at least that much. A car salesman didn't. They wouldn't know your history. Not even close. In fact, they're incentivized not to worry about your history. They're incentivized to quickly read you, profile you, and then try to use data mining and statistics to hustle you. I'm not saying all car salesmen do that, but like, you can form a relationship with car salesmen. It could be someone you go to for many years, but that also comes with the opposite effect. People you trust can also be the ones that damages you the most. So there's the opposite effect of why the internet is like this, where people don't trust other people, so they prefer to hustle other people. Largely, if you say a hustler, is because there's not a lot of trust and rapport between the two. A hustler is lacking rapport or existing relationship. Kind of like all the spam about do I want artwork done for my Twitch channel. I'm like, that's a hustle because you're not asking to form a relationship. If I wanted an artist, in my opinion, I would want an artist who I can form a relationship, so then when I need more art done, I would get that artist. But you're not showing me any indication that you're someone who's willing to invest in something. Not the type of merchant that I'm looking for. So you think people data mined and found that in the beta there So you think people data mined and found that in the beta there were 3D balconies. It's speculated they were removed because initially the game was only meant to be on Switch 2, but then they decided to also have it on Switch 1, so that led them to make the building look like PNG pasted on cues because it dramatically improved the performance for Switch 1, and they didn't want to have them 3D on one version, not the other. Okay. How did they eventually get to the point where the game is trash? I'm not clicking with this. So if it improved the performance Switch 1 version, it probably improved the performance of Switch 2. But since Switch 2 has a cap on FPS, it probably in high load situations, it probably still performed better in that nature. It applies to both of them. I think this is an upper limit issue of logic. I don't understand. Removing the balconies 3D model would benefit both the Switch 2 and the Switch 1 version. I mean, one is obviously very noticeable. People are saying it's trash because it's 2025 and we can't walk on balconies. Oh. Hear me out, Bree. I play a lot of trash games, if that were true. I'm gonna tell you, not every balcony is walkable on Clear Obscure. I mean, there were some balconies in the game, but not all of them you could traverse. In fact, it's only like one set of balconies. I'm just saying, man, not being able to work on balconies, yikes. Man, I play a lot of trash games. That's crazy. Like, let's not get started on walking sim games and click and point narrative games. Yikes. Wow. That's the, by the way, I don't know if you watch a streamer that makes this meme, but if you ever watch a very long streamer, someone who's like played video games for over a decade and they play indie games and all that stuff, that would almost be me soon because we've crossed 7 years. When they say things like that, they always make this meme, which is really funny, where when something like hiccups in the game, they're like, "Oh my gosh, my sword clipped through the wall. Worst game ever. Trash. It's practically unplayable. That's done. Like, who would ever play this trash? My sword just clipped through the wall. Like, absolutely trash. Garbage. Let's go. Like, move on to the next game." And it would be like FromSoft, Elden Ring or something. Like, that's the meme that I hear. It's become a lot more popular as an ironic joke nowadays, where it's like, "Oh my gosh, that's a bug. I had to tap X twice. Unplayable. Worst game ever. Can't walk on balconies." I mean, I'm a fairly harsh commentator about Game Freak games, despite my limited experience, but being trash for not having walkable balconies is that is so far in a different direction that I wasn't even able to conceive that was the reason. I figured it had something to do with like Switch 2 already can get 60 FPS, but instead of adding back the 3D balconies to still maintain the 60 FPS, the Switch 2 couldn't have balconies, while the Switch 1 can't have balconies in order to still maintain the 60 FPS or something reasonable. But nah, can't walk on balconies. But they did make pretty much every room traversable. You feel like you can fit a lot more content on a roof than on a teeny balcony. Wait, you can walk on roofs? Oh, you're literally talking about just the balcony. It doesn't even include the roof. Okay. You're really talking about just the balcony. I thought it might include like the things outside of the building. Roof. Okay. So the roof is traversable. Is there a roof portion? I swear I did see roof sections. Dang. It's a balcony. I see. I don't know what did I tell you. I don't know. Yeah. You know what I have to say to that? There's a point when it stops being a value or quality argument, but more of entitlement. Entitlement and taking things for granted, right? And I think this kind of goes across that line. It is a fine line between like accepting a specific amount of quantity and quality for your money, but I think crossing the line, this one crosses the line into entitlement, self-entitlement and privilege. You know, taking things for granted, right? Personally. Yeah, practically all the roofs can be walked on. There are items and Pokemon up there too. Don't think they could fit a giant bird on a tiny balcony. Well, I mean, that's a kind of using a similar argument. You could argue that, but other Pokemon can fit on the side, you know, like smaller Pokemon. So I get what you're going with there. I still think, regardless of that, needing to cherry pick examples, It's I think that's crossing the line. So isn't this to a company? I'm pretty sure. Oh wait, no. Yeah, it's to a company to be accompanied or something. What? Why didn't it take? What is it trying to say? Oh, by. All right, that's fine. It is a really well. I don't hear me out, Bree. I don't think it's an argument. That's how silly I think it is. It's a projection. It's a protest. Not no argument. It's a protest. And I understand that the word protest have changed over the years. Usually protest has some sort of spawning outcry that has some sort of dialogue embedded in it. But this is like this is internet protest, right? There's no argument. They're not looking for a response from anyone. They're trying to tell people that they're upset. So arguments would involve two party members actually listening to each other and talking to each other, at least in my opinion. An argument would involve exchanging dialogue that both sides can understand. This is internet protest, right? It's actually kind of not that different in the extreme case of cancel culture, where they're not there to have an argument with you. They're there to tell you they're upset. I know I'm arguing about a silly argument or the nature of a silly argument, but at least we are talking about the nature of the argument. It's very different. Like, it's different atmosphere. Like, we have voices in, like, each person has a voice in the deliberation of the value of something, right? Even if it's arguing about whether the argument is an argument, we are voicing something. We are exchanging something. A protest is when someone says it's garbage and leave before a response is available. Or it's garbage and repeat that over and over again as though they never heard anything the other party says. Protest. I'm not sure if you agree with me, but that's kind of how I feel about changing up the way English is used could maybe possibly help with finding the nuances between what's different. Like, I also use the word discussion as opposed to argument. What we're having is a discussion. Argument is incredibly emotionally charged, where the emotions conflict with each other too, but our emotions are aligned, so we are having a discussion. And then an argument is when both the semantics of the disagreement is also the emotions are conflicting too. So one person's happy, one person's sad, and then they're having a exchange of words, then they're having an argument. And then when you're having a discussion, both people are interested in the same topic and trying to have a common goal. However, the things they're talking about are incongruous with each other, and that's when we have discussion. Then we have protests, which is when emotions are incongruous and no communication is happening. So a protest is just one person is happy, one person's sad, neither one cares about whatever each other is. Or a one-way exchange is usually a protest. It's usually a one-way exchange. It's so weird calling it stairs. Huh. 故障はmalfunction. Thank you for the share. I didn't realize there was so much animosity over the recent Pokemon game. I mean, oftentimes Pokemon do be Pokemoning. Are you interested in the new Game Freak IP that got teased? I don't know if you heard about it. I don't know if it got a title, like an official title or anything. Oops. What?
年配
Dang it. Older person. Fine. 手渡す。
手渡す
手渡す。Pokemon's been a hot topic for a while. Yeah, I suppose. Well, I'm not hip enough, even before it was on. Listen, I'm not hip enough to be all caught up in the Pokemon discussion. You have not heard about the new IP? I don't know what it's called. It had a cinematic trailer. Hang on, let me see. Did they give it an official name? Oh, Beast of Reincarnation. Beast. At first I thought it was breast, but Beast of Reincarnation. It's slated to be 2026, and it's almost 2026. So it's what Game Freak has been working on their side. It is. Oh, I'm sorry. Never mind. It's not available on the Switch, though. It's for PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, and PC. Oh, it was originally called Project Bloom, but I don't see Switch 2 listed on here, so I'm not entirely sure that would be. I feel like that's a deal breaker. Knowing, like, understanding where you're coming from. Yeah, it's not a Nintendo project for Game Freak's new IP. It has something to do with creatures, though. It does present itself as some sort of creature collector. It's on the more realistic, like high fidelity fantasy side of things. That's not to rule out that it might come to Switch 2 later, but it's been generating a bunch of buzz because Game Freak hasn't invested in another main project in a very long time. Like, this is pretty historical. It was very low key, as in low key announced, and it's like a start of a new era. It did get worse as it came out on the Switch, though. I see. Pokemon hot topic. The only hot topic I got is people like parents shoving each other, and grown men shoving each other, and kids for Pokemon trading card tins. That's what I see on the internet. So the hottest thing that I've encountered is how parents are shoving other parents for the sake, and creating animosity between each other for the sake of buying tins, and I'm not even sure if they're buying them for themselves or for their kids. Like, I'm not even sure if that's the case, if you know what I mean. Like, are the people, like, I like to, in my naivety, like, for me, I would like to think that those are parents buying things, and I don't want to try to stereotype too much, but my initial impression is I like to think those are parents who are buying tins of TCG cards, you know, Pokemon TCG cards for their kids because their kids really like them. I don't think that's true if the reality is what I think it is. So, like, the internet reality is telling me one thing, but I like to believe another thing, and I think I'm wrong. You did hear Nintendo patent got rejected by the Japan patent office due to lack of original. I think they were trying to patent, yeah, catching monsters. They did other things too, by the way. Nintendo said the patent for turn-based battles. I think something dealing with turn-based battles. It was absolutely absurd. I don't remember what it was, but it had something to do, I think it had something to do with turn-based combat. And I'm like, what in the world? Yeah, Nintendo has been pushing really hard. Oh, and yeah, summoning a creature and using it to fight as well. It's wild. It's pretty wild. The Nintendo patent stuff. Like, I am not surprised that it was rejected. You linked some before, and yeah, I know. I read most of those beforehand too. It's very difficult to avoid the big Nintendo thing. There was another one that I was going to share. At the time, it had something to do with their peripherals. So it dealt with the Switch thing, like the Switch device. And I'm like, are you serious? So, I mean, are you telling me that Sony could sue you for using analog sticks? You know, like things like that. I'm pretty. Oh wait, hold up. Where is it? Yes, they patented an analog stick technology that uses like, basically like, things that deal with integrated magnetic sensors and how it registers movements and resistance. And I'm like, I'm gonna be real with you. If this is your indirect way of saying that you have competition against Holofec's sticks, I don't think so. In fact, it's kind of I was gonna make a comment about how funny it is that they think the Joy-Con, like the Joy-Cons on the Switch, is something to be patented, when you can make a really reasonable argument that the existing technology around how analog sticks are used to register movement using a magnetic field is probably in this place arguable that it is absolutely not good or better than its competition. You know, I'm not sure if you're familiar, Bree. You're a Switch owner, Bree, but you know how Switches have a notorious reputation for having stick drift. I think they're trying to like patent something related to how their Joy-Cons work, and it's vague enough that it can challenge the competition, which is basically the suggested way to replace your Joy-Cons if you want it. Because the current existing competitors who design Holofec analog sticks, they are like the gold standard. In fact, most of the major manufacturers are slowly switching to the technology that already exists. So they like, I saw like this thing. I'm not sure the details, so maybe it has nothing to do with it and it won't overlap, right? But the idea of trying to patent that thing too, it's kind of funny, because the thing that they're trying to patent sounds like the thing that is one of the major common complaints about from Switch owners. Okay, yeah, I'm lucky in that regard. You think you've only got stick drift on one controller, but it wasn't even Nintendo, just a random third party. Okay, yeah, nowadays there's a new gold standard. And Holofec sticks, analog sticks are like gold standards. Like I still have a controller, an Xbox controller, like Series 2, that don't have Holofec analog. So it wasn't that long ago. So I feel like Nintendo is trying to, if I had to read into it, like close the market a little bit on something that's a clear problem on their devices. And as far as I remember from most of the tech people who review Nintendo Switches, the Switch 2 still double down on the same design that has become a persistent problem from Switch 1. as opposed to moving to the new standard, which is someone else's technology, but it's not patented, right? Someone else's technology, or like a bunch of other people's technology, that it has become recently the gold standard. Like if you want, nowadays controllers are trying to be hot swappable because the sticks are not good. Like the I don't know what the difference, like what the standard, the normal one is, but it's not the same technology as you hear it like it's basically a buzzword at this point. Basically Anki language learning. When you hear Holophx, it's like, okay, it's Holophx this, Holophx this. Your mechanical keyboards also have Holophx in it, like magnetic switches, right? They use magnetic switches. They have higher durability and higher sensitivity. It's interesting. Really, really interesting. You know what this reminds me of? When Apple was granted the patent on how to unlock your screens. Which direction was it? Was it up? Or was it to the side? I think it was to the side, right? And that's why most things are up now. I forgot. There was a while ago. It was maybe I'm gonna say 10 years ago. Has it been 10 years? No. I don't think it's been 10 years, right? No, I think it might have been 10 years. Hold up. Let me. The swipe to unlock patent? Oh, but it was invalidated according to Gemini. Take it with a grain of salt. It was invalidated in Germany and other parts of Europe because of like not innovative enough, apparently. But there are other countries that, it was in 2005. Oh, it's been 20 years since the filing. Where and it's no longer like it didn't. I don't think it happened, or like it's not major. It's to swipe and unlock your phone. That's what that reminds me of. Like, so you're gonna patent something that is fundamental to a game mechanic, and it's gonna be patented to be loose enough that it can apply and give you the rights to challenge any other creator, and that is sketch. Summoning creatures. I don't know about you, but I don't think it's Pokemon. I mean, like, a contentious point. If they can be vague about their mechanics, right, in a patent, I imagine other companies can challenge that too. Pokemon's great. Just saying. And you know what's funny about this? It's Nintendo submitting the patent. I imagine Game Freaks is mentioned somewhere in it. So is it a Nintendo patent or is it a Game Freak patent? Is it a joint thing? Like, I actually don't know the details, so I'm not entirely sure if that's the way Game Freak wants to go about it, because if that patent wins, then that means Game Freak can't make IP that is outside of Nintendo's association with Pokemon. Like, their new IP would be in violation of that, or they would have to, I don't know, pay royalties or something, or negotiate a contract for making IPs that deal with capturing and summoning and battling creatures. So weird. Oh no. What is this? You're tied together. It's like, is it Titan? It's Titan, right? Titan. Art. Oh no! What is this? Oh, hold on. I know this. No, yeah. Koichi. No? Koichi.
統一
I don't know what I typed. Substitute. Show. Symptom. Bucket. What? Oh.
創立
Koichi. Kekko desu.
結構です
腎臓
인zo. torikime.
取り決め
torikime. Like to decide? Take a decision? From Google AI Overview. In September 2025, Nintendo and the Pokemon. Oh, the Pokemon. Okay, so both Game Freak and Nintendo were joint granting. Interesting. For a specific creature summoning and auto battling mechanic, similar to the Let's Go feature in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. The patent covers a system where a player can substitute a sub character from a storage medium into a virtual space, and his sub characters can then initiate an automatic battle with an enemy or move independently. Hang on. I gotta do some dating here. $1998, huh? Yeah, I'm pretty sure someone would get sued. Counter-sued. Although I do have to admit, I'm not familiar with this one. Is this Japanese? No, it's not Japanese. I wonder if these people are still around. Yeah, there are quite a lot of games that fit that description. And, you know, obviously this is a summary of the patent, so I don't know what the thing that distinguishes it from others, but there are where sub character is summoned, like a summoner, to create an entity that auto battles against the enemy and move independently. Well before the 1998 introduction of Pokemon. What was it rejected? It was not, oh, lack of originality. Okay. I would say even lack of innovation, but like what I mean is lack of originality would mean something like, oh, maybe it's not distinct enough, but I would even say not originator in general. Like there are a lot of things that predate it, but I don't think that's how patents work anyways. I think you can submit whatever that's patented that haven't been patented because of pursuits. So whatever counter argument that I'm making right now about, oh, it already existed, I don't think that's a legal defense for a patent. Like, oh, someone else came up with the idea. It's whoever patented first. So I'm making more of a moral argument, like a moral justification, where the idea and concept already exists. But I'm pretty sure patent is... that type of thing is not a strong or legal basis to reject a patent, where if you find examples in which it can loosely say that mechanic exists prior to the property that is trying to... This is not legal advice or anything. I just feel like I don't think that is something that is sufficient. It does exist, though. It did exist. I actually played some of those games before Pokemon. Pokemon is not the game that I would tie to summoning a sub-character to initiate combat. I think most games that involve the act of summoning something, like a summoner, as opposed to throwing a, you know, cute little Pokeball out and having cute little monsters fighting each other. We're talking about more like summoning entities. Heck, that one listed, that one summarized the Let's Go thing for Scarlet and Violet. I can't even imagine what it's like for like Square Enix to make an argument for their summoning characters, or any indie title that has a summon character that have subsystems of their own. Like, summon mechanics are a staple of the fantasy genre, of which technically Pokemon fits, right? I think Pokemon is considered fantasy, right? Fantasy sci-fi? What does Pokemon belong to? Yeah, fantasy sci-fi, right? Yeah. I actually haven't ever thought about it. Slice of life? I don't know. It's not a slice of life. I'm guessing fantasy. Fantasy is probably... And in the fantasy genre, summoners far outdate a Pokemon trainer. Again, not a reason grounds for like legal pursuits or anything. Just a thought. Take this side. Fantasy sci-fi? Okay. It's one of those. And in that area, in that arena, my first introduction to summons, like sub-character initiation, is summoning. Like a summoner summoning like a being, like a godly being, or like a creature, or like a spirit creature, which very well predates Pokemon. But it's probably also the reason how Pokemon was inspired in the first place. Right, it was inspired off of that concept. This is arrangement. Shit. Giving.
与える
Atare. I was gonna say, Bree, maybe one day in the future, sometime down the road, we can revisit this Pokemon thing where Game Freak and Nintendo together decide to greatly do something experimental with the Pokemon property, and I will be enticed to join in once again. But generally speaking, the reason why I haven't really adopted the Pokemon, like most Pokemon things, is because during my youth, my younger youth, it was a luxury and it was a one-time thing, and then most of it was because of like financial constraints and whatnot, and you know, education and all the other things. Pocopia? What the... Is that a thing? Why do you... Why... There is another title that you might have me see play in the future, but that title has a TBA at the moment. That is very reminiscent of what I might think that thing you just typed may be. So something might come before that. New Pokemon style game that Minecraft mixed with Animal Crossing mixed with... I don't think it's called that. Let me see, hold up. I don't think this is the game I'm talking about. Oh yeah, no. The game, I saw the splash of this. 2026, huh? The one that I'm thinking of is here's one. What is it called? Oh yeah. And I don't know if it's still I'm not sure if this game is still vaporware, but it kind of still screams vaporware. But is Dokebi. Dokebi, it has been like, I don't know what happened, but I am interested in Dokebi, which is a Korean produced one. It's from what is it? Pearl Abyss, the people who do Black Desert Online. It's gonna be pushed to eternity because they're gonna release Crimson Desert at some point. But Dokebi is very similar. Dokebi. This one. Dokebi. I think this might shake up something, but I don't know. It's like 2028. So Game Freak still has a lot of time. And no, I'm not interested in... I mentioned this before when you were talking about Pokemon. MiHoYo is also producing something like Pokopia. They're having one that's coming. I forgot what it's called. Hang on. It's off Honkai, their Honkai list. Nexus Anima. Yeah, Nexus Anima. So it's off their Honkai branch. So their Honkai verse is getting something called what did I just say? Anima. Nexus, oh yeah, Nexus Anima. Which is effectively what you're describing there. So I don't know if they're aiming to release that before MiHoYo releases theirs. Maybe it's a race to that. And obviously MiHoYo is Chinese. Right. So right now there's a kind of ish a three-way to establish Korea, China, and Japan, right? Trying to establish the mix of crossing live service, Pokemon, and then lifestyle. It's more like the casual sim, creature collector. The next casual sim creature collector mainstay. Yep. It'll be fun. 3 years. Next 3 years, we'll see what happens. I'm not like before. I don't get anyone excited or something about stuff. I have no stake in it. I'm not particularly interested. I play a lot of casual sim creature collectors, and I don't think it's gonna come from a major publisher. Most of the time, I play things like Monster Sanctuary and Koromon, and like smaller, more intimate projects. I think creature collectors are wonderful in their breadth of variety. Sticking to one particular universe and one particular set of things is kind of the opposite of collecting, in my opinion, because you're recollecting a lot of times, and I don't, much like what I talked about rebuying things, I'm not the biggest fan of rebuying things. That's where loyalty is required, and I am not too brand loyal at the moment to any particular creature collector. I think right now the creature collector that I kind of want to play casually is probably Slime Rancher 2. Because I played Slime Rancher 1. I think it finally came out. It wasn't that long ago that it hit the 1.0 launch. What? That not? Slime Rancher is so adorable. Yeah, I played the first Slime Rancher. It was one of the few games where I couldn't wait till the 1.0 launch, so I played it at like 0.8. That was before I started like recording and storing the stuff, so it's off to the ether, but it was one of the ones within the 7 years. I played Slime Rancher 1, and then it took quite a very long time for Slime Rancher 2. It had a really long development cycle, and it was had a lot of huge budget because it caught the wave of a major publisher. And I've heard recently that it had the 1.0 finally. So Slime Rancher 2 is something I might cozily play. That's your Minecraft, quote unquote, Minecrafty Animal Crossing meets creature collector. So Slime Rancher 2 is one that checks those boxes. You're not going to terraform things, but it deals with upkeeping farms and exploring and then collecting creatures, but they're slimes, obviously. All your various types of slimes. If Stardew doesn't make the staying case for Animal Crossing meets Minecraft with collecting things, not a lot of things do anymore. With the highest traffic, consistently growing, continuously growing traffic is Stardew. You watch a few people play it. Oh, the Slime Rancher game? It's super adorable. I think it's on the Switch, no? That might be a fun cozy game if that may be a break from like Pokemon. Pretty sure it's a Switch game. Oh no, it's not a Switch game. Maybe the first game's on Switch? Yeah, simulator games are definitely the thing. Simulators are trending up really hard. Although it's also being spammy as well. There's a lot of game milling for simulator games, which typically can mar the experience. Like Power Wash 2 came out recently. I'm all about the hidden gems. Supermarket Simulator just released multiplayer. That's been fun to play. Oh, I didn't realize you played a simulator game. That's cute. Simulator games. I like the, you know, I used to watch someone play American Truck Sim or Euro Truck Sim, like the shenanigans. It reminds me of going on road trips, but you know, not having to actually go on road trips and fear for your life of oncoming traffic and traffic shenanigans. It's a road trip without the danger. Yeah, you don't have many games on PC. That's understandable, given how you described what you do on a daily basis. What is this? Opposing? I thought it was opposing plan. So like Aisoku. What? Is that no? Alright, we're gonna skip this. Whoops. This is girl guy. Four hours later and we're still on WaniKani? Oh yeah, I mean that's the story right now, right? I'm supposed to be relaxing and taking it easy, but whose fault is that, huh? Bree? Whose fault is that? It's my fault. It's my fault. Omakase. It happened the last 3 days already. If it isn't you, Bree, it's probably like Procall. If not, it's Procall, it's probably Tessa. If it's not Tessa, it's probably Churn. I blame all of... Nah, I voluntarily do these things. Omakase is... it's still like don't mind me, or it's okay, or it's fine. Oh no, omakase, just kidding. Omakase is like to entrust someone else with the decision. Leave like the decision to someone. Yeah. Which is also like whatever, like you're fine, like do whatever. Sawaru?
触る
Sawaru, let's do it. Farm? Okay. Titan. Shi? No. Fuki? Otefuki? Otefuki. And what? Did you recently enable stream streaks? I feel like I've never seen. That's a Twitch thing. It was on by default because they recently added the functionality. I don't change any of the default things. It was added like 3. Twitch does rolling feature additions. So there is a chance you might have seen stream streaks in other streamers, and it's actually random sampling. So there were other times where I had a feature that didn't exist for others, and they do rolling feature sets. So the first time I noticed it was when Danny was around. So 5 days ago. No, not 5 days, or 2 weeks. Yeah, no idea you thought you could turn it off. You can turn it off, but it's turned on by default. So I didn't turn it off because I didn't know it existed. It only turned on when it existed. So most of the features, they're on by default, not off by default. Yeah. In fact, they didn't announce it until it was on for 4. So here's another weird thing. When you go to your Twitch dashboard, sometimes you get notifications for a new feature, right? And you get the notification, but it already existed for a couple days already. So I got like the like notification bell when I go to the. I don't go to the dashboard very often on Twitch side of things. I go there and then there's like this notification. It's like, hey, there's this new feature. It's like, oh, that's the thing that Danny shared like a week ago. Like that's kind of how Twitch works. So like, their announcements are like a week to 2 weeks late. The major things though do get announced in advance, but it's probably late from where they originally intended. But it's still much more advanced. Like, hey, we're gonna delete all your videos because we're starting a new policy. That stuff gets announced relatively early, and even then they would extend the deadline because they realized that they missed the initial window. Other things like medals, streaks, what was it? Like chat with other people, collaborate, stream together, all those features, they're almost all of them are on by default. And I rarely engage in them. Because largely, you know what they're doing, Bree. You know what they're doing. And I've already spoke my piece about it. I think there's another way to go about this. That's so weird. The streamer you had mod has stream streak for 2 years. You've been a watcher. Yeah, rolling features. Yeah, rolling features. It can be as far as 3 years. They can even get scrapped before any other streamer gets the feature. Like the feature could be scrapped even before it gets rolled out to everyone. Yeah. This is called like random sampling. YouTube does the same thing, by the way. If you know and interact with people enough and talk about their feature sets that they have, there are individuals who are randomly selected to test out things. Like the creative music deposit was not rolled out completely. And then there are a bunch of features that I kind of looking forward to on YouTube, but it's not accessible to me. It's only being tested by a random sampling or a representative. So usually the big, the big important people all are on by default, but then all the other representatives, like, the rest 90% of people, it's randomly selected. At least I like to think it's considered a representative sample. I got features sometimes I'm like, I don't understand what I'm gonna do with this feature. And then after trying to use the feature for a while, right, indicated in it, it gets axed 6 months later. I'm like, oh, okay, well, we tried. I tried to make it work, but it was kind of weird. It was called moments, and then it gets axed later. You get to keep the legacy that is the feature, but the feature no longer exists. It's called moments, where the streamer can choose to clip a moment, and whoever was there can earn badges based on how often they were there for the moment. So during that time, I decided, all right, let's just go and play a lot of short games, and then or a series or something, and then I would just capture the end moment when the game was complete, right? Like we were gonna walk away from it. So we did that for like 14 or so games. And then they're like, nah, this doesn't work. No one ever uses it because it's no different than highlight clips and stuff. It's like, yeah, I know. That's why I don't use it. And then it was axed. Yep. That's how stuff works. I thought it was a alright idea, but I think clipping in general is something that doesn't appeal to me. And by coincidence, I'm not saying I am the target demographics. I say that sometimes when they select, they get a random sampling. That's why I think features get rolled out on random sampling, because they don't profile the streamer at all. There's no pre-selection or vetting process. So sometimes you're like, hey, I hope you guys like this feature. And I'm like, I don't understand why this is a feature that I would be interested in. You still don't have the energy thing on desktop for Duolingo. You finally got on my phone. Yes, I did too. Bree. I was about to mention that when I get back to Duolingo. Also, by the way, I had to go back to Duolingo Chinese because it got extended. So like I have to, like, that's what I mean by Duolingo Spanish is like kind of in limbo now, because both the Japanese and the Chinese got updated. So like not only am I unable to move forward, Duolingo actually updated a bunch of things. And I just got the energy thing a week ago. I was part of the same rollout as you. It's about the similar timing. So whatever batch rollout that we were a part of, I finally got it. Even though people have been telling me about the energy system in Duolingo for 3 or 4 months now, if not the entire year. I think that was the new thing this year, and it's November. November is when I first saw the energy thing, and I still don't know how it works because I have Super, the year subscription of Super. I still don't have access to Duolingo Max though, Duo Max, which was supposed to be the next year's project, Duo Max, with like adding some AI, how I would utilize AI into my workflow and stuff, but there's no access to that. It could be like an Apple thing, I don't know. Wonder when you'll get it on desktop. You don't have access to Max either. Yeah, I like most of the stuff aren't even on the desktop, so I don't know when it's gonna be on desktop. Personally, I'm biased. I love the desktop. Like, there's something about having my notes open and like other things, being able to like, you know, I like learning in an environment that has lots of tools. Being on the phone makes it so that I have reason to do less. Unless I still like the phone app, obviously, because I go on walks. I pace around the house. I try to get on my feet a little bit. So the phone app is really wonderful for that reason. However, for desktops, when you're like also trying to learn things, it's nice to have access to other things as well to complement. And the max access, I would like to test out the max access. And I don't know how you do that. It might be an Apple only thing. Maybe it's an Apple proprietary thing, because they do, Apple comes before Android, by the way. And the CEO of Duolingo already answered this question, and I totally understand from a business pragmatic thing, because it's to support the model. Apple users spend way more than Android users. It's part of the mindset. We have to understand the mindset, right? Like the availability of funds. So I imagine most Mac users are iPhone users, and rolling out to Android might be a touch and go situation. So that could be the reason, unless you happen to have an iPhone. I have an Android, and I'm expecting that isn't. For Macs, they did say it'll eventually be on desktop and Android, but it's gonna be a while. Yeah, that's pretty much, it's gonna be a bit. But and I think one of the biggest stopgaps is if it's gonna be on Android, it's gonna be on desktop at the same time. I think it would be very unreasonable to lock Macs, making the understanding that an Android user, when they subscribe, a great compelling argument is that they can use Macs both on a PC device and an Android. Meanwhile, the whole iPhone ecosystem with Mac OS, that's already tied together. So like being able to interface your iPhone with your Mac is already there. Meanwhile, I imagine it's touch and go, especially from a business proposition, to deal with the nitty-gritty and usefulness of PC and Android spuriousness. So I am looking forward to trying with Macs. I really think keeping up to date with these things, it forms a good like relative basis. Like what is the bottom line? What are the standards? You're in the exact same way. The only thing I like on your phone were those little games they added, yeah, as lessons, but you're too far into the French course now that there ain't any more kind of lessons. Yeah, and I'm looking at my phone, And I'm like, I guess I can BlueStack it in the future. Like, the thing I'm gonna try to do next year is to maybe do a BlueStack on my new phone, the phone that I'm only going to use for business, because I don't want to screen cap personal phones. So the idea is maybe I'll do that, and because there's a lot of new things in the Japanese and the Chinese course that it would be a very long time, in my opinion, before they will show up on the desktop version. I mean, I could be surprised. I'm still hopeful, right? So why, at this point, that's something I didn't share yesterday when you came by and said you noticed there wasn't Duolingo Spanish. The thing is, Duolingo has become gigantic now. there's a lot more that I have to do, and I already anticipated this, and it happened sooner than I thought. It definitely happened sooner than I thought. But that's the nature, in my opinion. That's why quote unquote the other side of live service is you expect updates and changes, and I like those things. I know you already mentioned the whole like your old habits and you're a creature of habit. I'm a creature of habit in the opposite direction. I have a habit of wanting to change habits. So Duolingo is something that it offers something that Anki and WaniKani and the smaller devs do not. They have financial pressure to consistently add things. That's one of the things that I personally think, for better or for worse, it's different. A company, a publicly traded company, has the financial incentive to keep pushing forward and taking more risks than independently. So that's the other flip side of things, right? Like, I love in my indie games, but you can't realistically expect those indie developers to constantly pump out and have a horse race with each other when it comes to pushing content and stuff. It's the bigger companies that have the incentive to that. And I'm not suggesting that the work environment is, the work environment and all that stuff, those are moral concerns that I'm not tackling right now. However, the idea is it's a different world and a different thing. So if I'm a consumer, these are two faces of the same coin. And Duolingo is a gold standard when it comes to being progressive, constantly progressive. I mean, it's crazy to think that chess can be such a resurgence in popularity branching off of a language learning app. I mean, chess was already on the uptrend because of like some social media exposure and then chess.com and all that stuff, aggressive forward things. But man, chess, if I had to guess, like if someone I didn't think it was going to be chess. I really thought it was going to be like, because they did math, right? And then they did music. I really thought they were going to do science. Like a small branch of science, like biology or chemistry, but they went straight to chess, and that's a bold move, and I think they really understand. So it's pretty cool. I'm kind of curious what they're gonna go branch off into next, and it's just doing just enough to engage people to grow out of it. Maybe like hate it out of monotony or something. That I like why Duel's vision is. It gets muddled in there. They did ABC thing too, yes, for the little kiddos. Yep. They did the ABC for very early age enrichment. Yeah, it's called ABC. Duo ABC. It's accessible for kids. Yep. So that's to me, Duolingo is a playground. And I think it's a playground that will be more valued when the internet stops to slow down and reflect on how everything is so prescribed, right? Because one day, that's why I still think why Duolingo stocks keep getting valuated in an uptrend a lot of times, is because it's becoming a platform where when you go on Duolingo, you're not doing Roblox, right? Like, think about the control that Duo has, like the balance of control, moderation versus Roblox, for example. And in the future, I can think like, okay, we got to test if our kid, like, what can we give to our kid where we can kind of like see what they naturally adhere to or be interested in. Would you choose Roblox or would you choose Duolingo? I'm a little biased, obviously, but there are times where there's too much flexibility and lack of moderation and consistency, right? And then there's too much depth too quickly and hyper focus. So like the thing that I'm thinking about is like, if I give a language learning tool to a child, my first thought is, do I give them my favorite Japanese language learning thing? So that means that there's only one opportunity that the kid has. That they're going to learn Japanese. They're probably going to also learn that Japanese is very hard because the people that do it is hyper like focused on being a hardcore right away. That kind of thing. I think about it. It's again the other side of the coin. A person can choose when to commit to something, and it's exceptionally true when you're much younger. So if I had to pick poisons or like quote unquote a variety with a set of disciplines, I think building a platform like that slowly is fantastic. And yeah, they limit social grievances. One of the biggest things that when I was using Duolingo, and I still do, right? Actually, I do in the evening. It's the compromise that they made, and one of the biggest criticism was like removing user feedback, right? The forums and stuff. So like I understand from a mechanically inputting way that with great power comes great responsibility. So their removal of it is also addressing something about its potential abuse and neglect. And in a way, I can see the compromise. If you want a forum and stuff, it's like there are forums on ad hoc on top of Duo, right? Like Duolingo, the conversation goes elsewhere. But on the platform itself, I think of the kiddos. I don't necessarily think about some adult or some very, very biased echo chamber kiddo spouting this game is garbage because you can't walk on balconies as a source of way to mar the experience of a kid exploring different languages and chess, math, and music and whatever they have in store. That is the example that I'm thinking of. Like, yes, it's really cool to have a platform where you can share your opinions and stuff. Like, we have to know that however powerful and lax that is, you can also have the opposite, which is very highly trending right now, which is your kid could be traumatized by some really maybe misunderstood kid as well, or a very toxically projecting adult. So those forums, it's a hot take, right? It's a very strong hot take. With that sacrifice, I think it's a compromise. I don't necessarily think it's cruel. It's the same balcony situation. it's cruel to think that the people taking it away have to take the blame for understanding that they're safeguarding the potential abuse of a system, and they do not get the benefit of the doubt because the other people only see the good in things, which is admirable, you know, but it's not realistic. The last time I checked WaniKani's forums and Hanzahiro's forums, which I check on a daily basis, I disagree with a lot of what people say because it's reductive. It's projecting their own emotions, and to me, that doesn't mean their advice is any less valuable than mine. I make commentary and I don't write and explicitly say those things on to create discourse. Duolingo, being the platform it is, will gain even more discourse than that. Where there's harmony, there's also discourse. I think that's one of the biggest things that was brought up. If there's any topic that gets criticized, is the lack of user feedback, like the lack of user voice represented in the platform. Like, have you seen user voice? And you could cherry pick all the good ones, but for every good one, there's like, I'm gonna say, for every one good one, there's every 6. Like, it's every 5, there will be 5 bad ones. You've been toying with the idea of adding oino into the mix of duo? What is that? Speakly and Bushu, you just haven't wanted to pay for it. I see. Hoping it may go on sale for Black Friday or something. Wait, Speakly is life, right? Wait, which one? I remember. Oh, is it because of courses? Are you talking about like additional courses, like other things? Oh, you're talking about Bushu. No. Wait, you're saying Duo, Speakly, and then and just Bushu. The comment was just Bushu for, or oh no, you're referring to Uino. Uino is the thing that you just haven't wanted to pay for it, right? Is that how that sentence goes? I'm having a little trouble knowing which one you're referring to. So right now you're probably referring to, and I'm not familiar with that one. What that is? Which one is that? Oh, interesting. That's kind of a cute name. Spanish. French, okay. Intriguing. Oh, okay. Another one, huh? Tell me a little bit about this one. Yeah, you're referring. Tell me a little bit about this one. What caught your eye about this one?
取り替える
Morikaeru. They can change? Heck! Oh, to replace. What? Oh.
客観的
Yakanteki. What?
着替え
Oh, that was a typo. Kingae.
「居酒屋
Izaka. Replace. Heck. Dang, I really thought it was... Ah. That's the coon. So what's the on? Alright, we're skipping this. Why did...
捉える
Scoot? Ga? Scoot. Okay. Gambare.
頑張れ抜ける
Get it. What is it? To... Oh, no, wait. This might not be what I think it is. Oh, it's not to pull out. Yeah. You're like, no. Yeah. What? I don't think it's to fall out. Oh, no, it might be actually to fall out and to come out. I thought I already wrote that. Huh. You can get a lifetime sub to all languages for like 200, you think? It's similar to Speakly, but you've heard it has some good things for listening comprehension, which you find like it's one of your biggest struggles right now. Okay, you mean it also has regular lessons and stuff like, oh, I see. Very comprehensive. Interesting. Few hundred. I'm not even... I don't know how I could possibly juggle. Like, at the moment, while we're talking about Speakly and stuff, I still don't know how I'm gonna continue juggling these things. I expand very very modestly, you know, slowly as I go. Or you can lifetime to one language for 95. How many languages does it have? I'm guessing it's more than 2. I'm looking at their business model, basically. About their business model. Fee. Oh, this is spend. Oh, spend is 費やす.
費やす
費やす.
Zamping.
Zamping. Shiroshi. No, shirushi.
印
Shirushi. 分解.
分解
Breakdown. Koke.
過去形
Okay, what? Past tense? Sai? Okay. Or tegakari.
手がかり
Tegakari, a clue. And we're back. French, Spanish, Italian, German, and Portuguese. So 5, I see. That's a pretty big ratio for a 100 to 500 ratio on lifetime subscription. Huh. Uh, so I think I don't know the right. I almost want to say it's sa. Like it's dealing with. It's not a thorn. What is that? Overall, today went pretty well, all things considered. It actually went pretty fast considering how much yapping. The lesson thing didn't take too much. What was my other one? Oh, e. I'm just not getting this character. It's replaced, right? Please. And the other one was against, and then have a drop on the right character. No.
Taisaku.
Oh, it is Taisaku. To be fair, you did just pay 700 for vet visits, so you're not too keen to spend more money, right? Ah, yeah, that's understandable. So it is Taisaku. Violate? This is... Oh, is it like... It's not quite safeguarding. Taisaku. Yeah, what about this read? I don't think it's like. Oh wait. Oh wait, this is money exchange. Yoga.
両替
Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. And now we're back to this. Thai. Against plan. Nice. I really thought I would get this over the other one. This says versus, and I'm pretty sure that's planned. Donna di Did I tell you you're getting evicted? In May, unless they try something sneaky. They decide not to renew our lease. Was told there's no way to counter it, that corporate won't change their mind. I'm sorry to hear that. What are you gonna... Have you made plans? How are you gonna sort that out? Sorry to hear that. I think we're just gonna get a pass. How can I... Proposing something. Oh, you know what? It's probably just countermeasures or countermeasure. Oh, yeah. Alright. We have 2 lessons? Where are these 2 lessons coming from? Notice. Oh, 2 of our characters. Oh, sponsor got guru'd. Notice. That makes sense. A sponsor announcement. Another way. Refers to the act of officially notifying someone with a formal notice, urging them to take action within a specific time frame. Legal.
Saikoku.
Saikoku. Host. Master sponsor. Okay. Formal term, business official events or public gathering. It can imply sponsorship. Okay. Mainly refers to the act of leading or organizing. So you say
催告
主催
All right. So you had 2 that matriculated? Oh, okay. No idea. You're considering buying. They said if we purchase, they give us an entire 10% discount. Interesting. And is that an option? Is there a reason why corporate didn't allow you to renew your lease? If I may ask. All right, so we're gonna do the reads, then the definition for tomorrow. So, okay. Hai, gyaku. Hai, cup, gyaku. Oh no, not gyaku. What is? Sai. Oh no. Haku? What am I thinking of here? Why am I thinking of Haku? That doesn't seem right. Okay, we're gonna skip that. It. Inlet. Se. Request. You. Mail. On. Korea. Kai. Break. Oh. Right? Oh, wait. Yeah, show. Dinos. Haku. Cabinet. Han. Recommend. Yaku. Abbreviation. Or navigation. Key. Key. Draw near. On. Board. Guy. Street. Shoe. Religion. Musume. Garter. And banquet. Ooh. Scary. Yo. Fear. And append. More fierce. Betsu. Violent. Saku. Search and stuffed. I want to say Haku. I don't think it's Haku. Dang it, it's Soku. Oh yeah, of course it's Soku. Didn't even look at what's in front of me. They don't give a reason. It makes no sense. You've been here for almost 8 years. You've never had a single late payment. You've never had any kind of citation or complaint. You even referred someone in here and they ended up purchasing their place instead of just renting. The guy at the office just said there are many things that went into sign, but he had no part in it. It was all corporate and he couldn't help you and also refused to give you the corporate number. I see. Well, hopefully, whatever you have options, like, I don't know if buying is an option. Hopefully, things turn out some way. I'm not entirely sure if I can understand that. That seems like an unfortunate event. one has to make that stuff, right? All right. Best of luck with your decision making for that one. All right, that's a wrap for our WaniKani session today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani, give it a try. Or you're always welcome to stop on by, yap a little, exchange some stories, anecdotes. Pretty much anything goes. It's kind of nice. Protocol started it again, the train. And then we branched into many topics today. Kind of tangentially related to language learning overall. Until next time, minasan, mata ne. Mite kurete arigato. Right, thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, take a quick bathroom break, walk around, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back for Hanzahiro. Thank you, thank you.